This is Chapter 2 of the Ridiculously Effective Parenting Training. Chapter 2 is about how to find real love. How to get the love for yourself that you need then to give to your children. In Chapter 1, we talked about the need for real love, the need that everybody has for real love, the need like air for real love, and what it's like to live without it for you as a parent and for your children. We talked about how parenting is the most important job on earth with pathetically little, usually to no, training for it. We talked about interpreting the behavior of children because children don't know how to clearly express their needs. So we need to learn how to interpret their behavior. And knowing what they need, which is almost always loving and teaching. We defined real love, what every child needs most but tends not to receive. We talked about the primary wound in every child and the fact that because children have this wound, they suffer all their lives, including us as adults, with post-childhood stress disorder, PTSD. We talked about how the behavior of children is almost always a reaction to pain, which can come in the form of emptiness or fear. You can learn to love and teach your children after you feel loved and change your judgments. Again, Chapter 1. And we talked about learning to make real choices in life. In other words, have a real life, instead of just reacting like a rock falling down a hill or a billiard ball bouncing around a table. Let me reemphasize one of those things that we talked about from Chapter 1. You can't love and teach your children until you feel loved and change your judgments. Our children need us to love and teach them. Yes, they go to school, they have influences from all over the place, but more than anything else, they need us. It's not going to happen at school. The mailman's not going to stop his truck and teach our children how to feel loved, and he's not going to teach them. But we can't give what we don't have ourselves. So where do we get it? We all want what it takes to give to our children. First, let's dispel a commonly held belief. Notice that I said how important it is that before we love our children, first we must feel loved ourselves. I did not say that we need to love ourselves first or be loved by ourselves. In psychology and self-help literature and seminars, it is almost an axiom, an obvious, self-evident truth that people believe that we need to love ourselves. And we need to love ourselves before we can love anybody else. It is said all the time. It's said in psychology and self-help books. It's said in churches. It's said all over the place. And it kind of has a ring to it. We have to love ourselves first, us, before we love others. I mean, there's a kind of a symmetry to it. There's a certain amount of logic to it. It even sounds wise. It rolls off our tongue beautifully because of the symmetry. Like, before you can teach basketball, you have to know how to play basketball. See the symmetry in that? But it turns out that that's just not true. Just because something sounds beautiful and it's symmetric doesn't make the case. The concept of loving ourselves is a myth. It's a myth, briefly. It is a widespread belief that we need to learn to love ourselves. I couldn't say this loudly enough. This is simply not possible. And this belief is potentially quite harmful. Here's the problem with loving ourselves. You can't give to yours, just like you can't give what you don't have to somebody else. You can't give to yourself what you don't have. Imagine that you're in the desert dying of thirst. I walk up to you and I say, well, what's the matter with you? Why don't you just give yourself a drink? If you managed to restrain yourself and not hit me, at the very least, you'd be thinking, are you kidding me? You thought I didn't think of that? Because if you had a drink to give yourself, you would have. You wouldn't be dying of thirst in the middle of the desert. Similarly, if you had love already, you wouldn't need help loving your children and everybody else. But you don't have enough love to give to them or to yourself. And that's why you're here, is to learn how to find the love that you can give to your children as well as other people in your life. Now, it's true that the more love you get from others, the happier you'll be. You'll be more accepting of your flaws, which is not the same as loving yourself unconditionally. You'll even lose some of your self-loathing. But again, that's not the same as loving yourself. We need the love of others. Because this is so important, let me explain in another way this absolute truth that we cannot love ourselves. When we're very young, we do not formulate our own ideas about the nature of the world. There was a philosopher many, many years ago, John Locke, who proposed the philosophy of tabula rasa, meaning blank slate. He proposed that we're not born with any knowledge, for example, and that we're born as blank slates that other people write on. Turns out that much of what he proposed is true. We're not born with the knowledge, for example, that it's dangerous to play on the highway. Little kids prove this every day as they dart across the road following a ball or whatever else catches their eye before some adult screams at them to stop or grabs them by the back of the neck. We're taught this truth, that it's dangerous to play in the road, by people who are more experienced. And when we're young, we naturally, and in this case of playing on the highway, fortunately, tend to believe these adults. After all, adults, notably our parents, are masters of our universe. They are all-powerful and all-wise, or at least so we think. I mean, after all, they drive cars. They're huge compared to us. They pay for stuff in the store. They go in there and they buy candy and ice cream. I mean, my gosh, they can do everything. When they tell us, therefore, that the hot stove will hurt us or will freeze in the snow if we don't wear a coat, we generally believe them. Occasionally, yes, we do test their knowledge by, for example, touching a hot stove, just to be sure they weren't kidding us. But usually that just reconfirms our overall experiences that prove that our caregivers are right, even all-knowing. In short, the people around us, parents, teachers, and others, teach us what the world is like. We don't come to our own conclusions. The younger we are, the more our parents seem to know everything. So we just believe whatever they teach us about the world. How? What are some examples? If they're angry, our parents, remember, they're the whole world to us. We learn that the world is angry, painful, and frightening. If they, the adults in our life, but again, almost centrally, almost always our parents, if they are afraid, simply afraid, we learn that the world is painful and frightening. If they watch television shows filled with tension and violence, we learn that the world is painful and frightening. If they talk about other people in negative ways, we learn that the world is filled with criticism, anger, and pain. Again, we learn that the world is painful and frightening without meaning to. We teach our children in so many ways that the world is a painful and frightening place where we can't feel safe, nor can we be trusting. If we learn these lessons early enough in life, listen slowly. If we learn them early enough in life, we never forget them. My parents once talked about a piece of history. They were just talking to each other, and they were talking about a historical event, which was pretty unusual for them. But I was listening to their discussion. They weren't aware that I was listening. Because they were my parents, their discussion and the facts that they proposed in that discussion about history became fact to me. Parents aren't just influential. They aren't just godlike. They are God. And so what I learned from that historical discussion became fact to me. I was 5 years old. I remember it. Later in high school, the teacher of the particular class I was in referred to this historical event. He was a history teacher. And I raised my well-meaning little hand in high school, and I corrected him because I knew the real facts. I had learned them from my all-knowing parents. It turns out that I was completely wrong, but I was utterly certain that I was right. What we learn first, what we learn earliest, we learn most deeply and believe most fervently. Our parents also teach us what we are like, in addition to what the world is like. So if they're critical or angry toward us, we feel worthless. Nobody would say the "I don't love you" message with anger, for example, to a worthwhile person. So if they're critical or angry at us, well, then we feel small and worthless. And children are very binary, very plus or minus, very black and white. When a parent is angry at a child, no child does the math in his head like this. Let's see. They're nice to me most of the time, so we'll regard this particular outburst and them telling me that I'm stupid as a statistical anomaly. Never. No child does that. Look at the face of a child who is being criticized or yelled at. They look destroyed. I was once in Walmart and I was in line behind some kid who was sitting in that little basket that faces the parent. And the mother was just berating this child and telling him, why does he do this and why does he do that? And the tone of voice was just, you're stupid, you're stupid, you're stupid. And I just couldn't resist. The human eye is very sensitive to emotion. So I just moved to the side a little bit and the kid looked up and I caught the kid's eye and just winked. That fast. The child went from looking destroyed to smiling and watched me for every second that we were both in the store till he left. We destroy children with our anger and our criticism, and usually that message stays with them for the rest of their lives. I have no illusion that that little wink of mine will change that child's overall impression of himself. But for a moment, he found freedom. If our parents neglect us emotionally, we feel worthless. No worthwhile person would be ignored, which comes in so many forms. Like, for example, we walk in the room and our parents or our children walk in the room and we don't look up from the newspaper that we're reading, or we don't look up from the phone we're playing on, or the television. When our parents didn't look us in the eye when they talked, we felt less than worthwhile. When they weren't genuinely listening when we spoke, we ignore our children, and our parents ignored us in a great many ways. As I list these ways to many parents, they will break into tears. So do the children decades later as adults. I knew a woman who was obviously dysfunctional. She'd been through multiple marriages. Her children were unhappy. She'd been through many jobs. She was miserable. She was on antidepressants. I asked her, "Tell me about your parents." She said they were loving and kind. And I'm thinking, that's impossible. "What did your father do for a living?" "Well, he taught elementary school." So it turns out that for how many years would that be? It depends on what grades you count as elementary school, but kindergarten through the 6th grade, this father and the father of this woman and this woman, for 7 years, from kindergarten through the 6th grade, walked to elementary school together. And it was some distance away, like nearly a mile. And I said to her, "What did the two of you talk about?" Because it takes a while for a kindergartner to walk a mile. And without blinking, with a face that demonstrated no emotion, like, well, this was unusual, she said, "Well, we never spoke." So this girl and her father walked to and from school every day for 7 years, and they never spoke. What message do you think a child would get from being ignored like that for 7 years? That they're not worth getting attention. New subject, or new illustration of how our parents teach us who we are. If they lean on us for emotional strength or support, like, for example, many young children will tell stories about how their parents would tell them their tales of woe in life, and how their marriage was bad, and how life was unfair, and how they hate their job, and how their spouse is a loser. If parents lean on us for emotional support, they're using us, and we feel used like an object. Again, we feel worthless. If our parents worry about us or fuss at us, saying things like, and you've all heard these, "Be careful, get down from there, stop that, go slower, don't run, wear your coat," when it's 20 below and it's pretty obvious when you open the door that you're going to freeze to death. They're telling us that we are so incompetent that they have to tell us how to move our feet, what to think, what to wear, how to chew, how to breathe. Again, we feel worthless because only a worthless, stupid person would have to be told all that. It's almost a law commonly accepted amongst parents that if you love your children, you worry about them. It's like, duh. In fact, I've asked for a raise of hands in groups of parents. If you love your children, do you worry about them? Everybody raises their hand. Wrong. When we worry about our kids, it conveys that there's something wrong with them, that they can't handle anything, that they're weak, that they need to be protected all the time. I have a daughter who just quit taking her children to play dates because of the mothers who were constantly telling their children, "Stop doing that and worrying about that and be careful about that and don't go too fast and stop this," who just conveyed worry, 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 and control the whole time that the kids were around. And worry is fear, which is infectious. If you're afraid, you can't be loving at the same time. Try doing both at the same time, afraid and loving. No. So are you getting the pattern? If we don't feel showered in unconditional love from the time we're little kids, we feel less worthwhile. Because worthwhile people get loved all the time, and somehow we instinctively know that. It sounds like an overgeneralization or exaggeration. I assure you that it's not. Now, I'm going to be a little metaphysical here just for a minute. Love is a power. Not kidding. Like electricity, but bigger. It runs the universe. Now, you can call it whatever you want. You can call it a higher power, God, the universe. I don't care. Love, that divine love, that higher love, is the unifying power and connection everywhere. I don't just mean in your house. I don't just mean in your state or in your country. I mean in the universe. If you live in alignment with it, with love, you will be happy. It's a guarantee. You will feel powerful. If you don't live in alignment with that power, if feeling loved, being loving, then you feel alone, separate, not worthwhile. Hence our need to be showered in it, to be united with that power, to be immersed in it, to be bathed in it. To be sure, our parents and other adults are often, usually, unaware of what they're doing when they teach us that we're less than worthwhile, just as we are quite unconscious of being taught that we're less than worthwhile. But the process is nonetheless powerful and real. Powerful people in our lives, usually parents, painted on our blank canvas. We imprinted on those people, just as ducklings imprint on whatever they see when they hatch. Whatever they see first is their mother, and the ducklings believe that they are whatever they see first. So if a duckling sees a human first, and the duckling believes he's a human and should do everything that humans do, or a dog or whatever, which we're going to discuss in greater detail in a future chapter about imprinting and ducklings and all that. Much of what we were taught when we were young was right and beneficial, like playing on the highway is bad, for example, and it's not smart to stick your hand in fire or touch a hot stove. And we were wise to listen to our instructors in these instances. On many other occasions, however, our teachers taught us principles that were false and destructive, that were dead wrong. But because we were young, because we were relatively blank slates, blank canvases, we lacked the experience and wisdom to know when we were being taught what is true and useful and when we were being taught lies. We didn't know, just like I didn't know that my parents were teaching me a historical fact that was wrong. We accepted the entire package, truth mixed with error, that was handed to us. For many of us, it was mostly error. One of the incorrect principles that we learned involved the concept of our worth, who we are. As a child, when you were quiet, clean, and obedient, everybody can resonate with this, it's likely that the people around you smiled, certainly smiled more, some people never smile, spoke kind words, and in other ways communicated that they cared about you, that they even loved you. They said things like, "Oh, she's so cute. He's so sweet." Or, "Mommy is so happy when you help clean up." That kind of thing. When you were dirty, however, loud and otherwise inconvenient, undoubtedly you noticed, possibly unconsciously, that the reactions of others were quite different. On those occasions, you saw frowns, irritation, and withdrawal. And from these behaviors, you learned this terrible lesson. When you're good, I love you, but when you're bad, I don't. Or at the very least, I love you less. Remember, children tend to be pretty binary. It's loved or not. They don't tend to do 37.8% loved. As children, we learned that we were more worthwhile, more lovable when we were good than when we were inconvenient and bad. Nobody intended to teach us this lesson, but it was nevertheless taught clearly and powerfully. I see this every day. We talked about this a few minutes ago, and it's so important that we're covering it again. We heard people tell us with their words and behavior, their tone of voice, their facial expressions, their posture, and more, behavior being by far more loudly heard than words, that when we made mistakes, we were unacceptable. And even though that message was selfish and incorrect, we still believed it because we were young and very impressionable and very teachable. It didn't occur to us to question whether these all-powerful adults were right or wrong as they taught us falsehoods along with the truth. Their power was simply too great. When a parent is angry, what 4-year-old is capable of responding, for example, quote, "Dad, let's talk about this. I mean, do you really think that all this frustration on your part is about me? Or is it possible that you're just feeling empty and afraid yourself and that you're taking it out on me so that you can get a brief sense of relief from your own helplessness by being powerful as you yell at me?" End quote. Impossible. No 4-year-old could do such a thing, even though that's exactly what's happening. By virtue of their positions of authority in our childhoods, our parents and others were able to dispense principles and perspectives that we received as unquestioned laws. At that age, what else could we do? We had no choice. So I'm going to tell you a secret that could change the rest of your life. Like right now. None of your lack of self-esteem now, or your inability to be loving toward your children, or any number of other personal characteristics that might be considered negative, is your fault. Hear it again. None of the negative things that you think about yourself are your fault. None. And I'm not trying to make you feel better. And I'm not kidding. How you feel about yourself is a response to what you were taught as a child. Notice that I'm saying emphatically that we learned not to feel unconditionally loved in the same way that our children did. When I tell parents that they taught their children not to feel unconditionally loved, they just tend to feel devastated and just terrible about themselves. Oh, stop it. We were taught not to feel loved. We were taught not to be loving by the people who are in charge of teaching us to. There's no blaming here. It's just understanding. Who taught us? Our parents, who didn't get unconditionally loved by their parents either, and on it goes. The lessons we were taught about our lovability and worth have had far-reaching consequences. In order to be happy, the one element we all require most is unconditional love, real love. But our parents and others clearly communicated that we were worthy of what they called love only when we were good. Should have been just called conditional love, but they called it love, and so we accepted that. Without sufficient real love, we were painfully empty and afraid. And most of us have spent our entire lives trying to fill that emptiness with whatever feels good temporarily. Praise, power, money, sex, anger, controlling, and so on. This entire process being the same for us as for our children, as I explained in the first chapter. These imitations of love, however, can never make us happy, a lesson most of us have thoroughly proven ourselves in our own lives on countless occasions. Only real love can fill us up. Only real love can heal us. Only real love or unconditional love can make us happy. So, back to the question, where then can we get this real love that's essential to our happiness? Not from ourselves. We talked about that. Just as you can't give yourself a drink with water you don't have. That should be fairly self-evident. You can't love yourself with love you don't have. When we feel unloved, empty, and afraid, we simply cannot get the real love that we need from ourselves. Over a lifetime, we have consistently observed that when we didn't behave in the ways that our parents and others expected, these God-like figures clearly communicated that we were flawed and therefore not worthy of their love. They didn't mean to, but they did. The vast majority of us then have received little or no real love. Boy, that's a scary thing to say. It's a scary thing to hear, but it's still true. I repeat, the vast majority of us, I don't mean majority like 51%, I mean like 98% or more. The vast majority of us have received little or even no real love. And without it, we're simply not in a position to give unconditional love to anyone, much less ourselves. We really can't give what we don't have. So, why is there so much talk about loving ourselves, which we've established is impossible? Because we have experienced so much disappointment in our efforts to find other people who will love us unconditionally. Over and over, we have developed enormous hopes, especially the younger we were, and expectations that a particular person or group of people would finally love us in the way we needed. And repeatedly, we have experienced the searing pain of disappointment, even betrayal, when that didn't happen. When we didn't get the love we looked for. In an attempt to avoid more of that pain, not being loved by other people, we simply avoid the risks of looking for love from other people. So instead, we try to love ourselves. Because why? Because it's true? No. Because it's safer. Or at least we believe it is. At least we don't experience the rejection of others. After consistently disappointing experiences, we simply give up on looking for love from other people. We try to love ourselves because we see it as the only choice we have. But it doesn't work. And trying to love ourselves greatly distracts us from finding love from others. I realize that what I'm saying here contradicts a very widespread notion. But I've seen so many people experience consistent and terrible frustration in their efforts to love themselves. A lifetime of trying to love themselves. The effort leaves them even more discouraged and alone. For a short time, the techniques used in loving ourselves might seem to work, like guided meditations, like embracing our imagined inner child. But uniformly, it proves to be disappointing and an illusion. Sure, as we feel more loved and happy, genuinely loved, unconditionally loved and happy, we do lose our self-loathing. I mentioned this earlier. We are less critical of ourselves, but that's not the same as loving ourselves. Hating ourselves less isn't the same as loving ourselves. I'm emphasizing the subject of not trying to love ourselves because we must find people who can love us unconditionally. And this is the most important initial step in learning to love our children. And it's the step where most parents stumble, fall, and stay flat on the ground. They just won't take the risks required to find love from others because they've been disappointed so many times. So no matter how much they apply the other principles of real love with their children and say the right words, they fail because parenting is loving and teaching, or as I've said before, more appropriately, loving and teaching, one word. And the teaching alone just doesn't work for a kid who doesn't feel loved. So we're back at the initial question of this chapter. How do we find this unconditional love so we can give it to our children? Finally, we're going to get an answer. First step, finding real love is to recognize that the message we were originally taught, that we were not inherently lovable, unconditionally lovable, was wrong. Now, how does that help? I could tell you that the solution to a complex mathematical equation was simply not 4, but that would leave billions of other possibilities. So why bother with telling you that it's not 4? Because if 4 is the fairly obvious answer, and it's the answer you've been taught all your life, it helps a lot to know that the obvious answer and the only answer you've ever known is not true. So I'm going to say it again. The message we were originally taught from the time we were really little, that we weren't inherently lovable, that we were not unconditionally lovable, was dead flat wrong. What is not true often keeps us prisoner. It keeps us stuck in one place, just anchored to one place, a bad place, with the wrong answer when we could be figuring out the right answer. Let me give you an illustration. I read a story in a number of places, but I didn't quite trust it because it was too cute. So I confirmed it with the written accounts of zoologists and zookeepers. It turns out that if you tie a rope, not a big rope, just a little rope, around the leg of a baby elephant and tie it to a wooden stake pounded in the ground, just dirt, the baby can't get away because they're fairly weak when they're first born. The rope and the stake are enough to hold the baby elephant in place with, room to roam around within the circle that's defined by the rope and the stake. They become so accustomed to the rope and the stake that they come to believe that the rope and the stake are unbreakable. Even as the elephant becomes much, much larger, as much as 12,000 pounds larger, when they could easily snap the rope or pull up the stake. I mean, like effortlessly. But still, they stay in place with that little rope because they learned early that it could not be escaped. What we learn first, we learn most deeply and most powerfully. I've said that before. If you could simply communicate to an elephant, if you knew elephant language, what is not true, like I just did with you earlier, that it's not true that you're not inherently lovable. If you could communicate to an elephant what is not true, that the rope and the stake are not enough to hold it prisoner, then the entire world would be open to the elephant. He would just snap the rope or pull at the stake and just walk on. break the rope, pull up the stake, go to any number of locations, otherwise impossible. But the first step is learning what is not true. And the same is true with you. Once you know that all the thousands of pieces of information that convinced you that you were not lovable were not true, are not true, you become free to consider the possibility that you are already loved, maybe, at the very least, lovable, and free to gather information to prove it. You are free not to act anymore like you're worthless, which most people do. That's what they're doing when they're angry and afraid and empty and acting like victims and lying and attacking and all that stuff that we do. We're feeling less worthwhile. We're not feeling lovable. You don't need to defend yourself with anger and defiance and controlling and more. And, pause, wait for it, neither do your children. Once they really get that they're lovable, they don't need to do any of that stuff anymore. Now, how do I know that? How do I know that you are not unlovable? I mean, after all, a whole bunch of people told you that you were unlovable, and here I am, just one person telling you that, no, that's not true. You're not unlovable. You're not worthless. Like I said, we learned that we were not lovable, that we were worthless from words, sighs, frowns, irritation, rolling eyes, critical words, and more. But let's look at the evidence from whence it came and how it was gathered. When did these moments occur? When did these moments occur where we were convinced that we were worthless? If you can think back, it doesn't usually take much of a memory. You can think back usually to like yesterday. You'll discover that people have expressed their disapproval of us. They have expressed our relative lack of worth. When? Because that matters. When did they tell us that we were less than worthwhile? When have they indicated that we weren't quite what they had hoped? The answer is when we were inconvenient to them, when we were late, when we were loud, when we didn't do what we were told, when we got bad grades, when we failed to deliver in any one of thousands of ways to make their lives easier. That's when they expressed their disappointment and their opinion that we were less than worthwhile. I repeat, people told us, whether intentionally or not, that we were less than worthwhile only when we were inconvenient to them. So what's the truth here? The people who were telling us that we were less than worthwhile were really telling us that we didn't satisfy their selfish desires for safety and to fulfill their other needs. In other words, they were describing themselves, their disappointment, their irritation. They were not describing us in the first place. Again, I've asked this question more than once. How do we feel loved? First, we get rid of the messages that we're not loved or that we're not lovable. We just talked about that. Everyone who told us that we were not lovable was simply selfish and wrong. And I'm not criticizing them. Often, most of the time, it was unconscious. It was about them. So now we've established that all the messages about not being lovable were wrong. What's the next step? How do you get to feeling loved? 2, you remember the times you have felt loved or loving. Either one works, because with either one, you're in that, what I called divine, or whatever word you want, higher power, that flow of love that ties together the entire universe. Now, this isn't easy, what we're doing here. changing your opinion of a lifetime. Most people have never felt unconditionally loved. How do I know that? Because after talking about unconditional love to audiences of thousands of people all over the world, totaling hundreds of thousands of people, I've asked people to come up and tell me if they were raised in an unconditionally loving home. And I've heard from fewer than 10 people out of hundreds of thousands of people. Most people have never felt unconditionally loved. So your first few moments of it might seem a little strange, or you might even miss them entirely. Now, do you remember the visualization that we did in chapter 1? If there's any wild and crazy possibility that you time marked it, go back and do the visualization again, where you were with the people in the village who obviously just adored you, who didn't care if you made mistakes, who didn't care how you were dressed, who didn't care what you said, who just loved you from head to toe. And you knew it before you even entered the valley, and it continued during the entire time you were there until you came back home. You felt different, surrounded by loving people, even though I was just giving you a description of loving people. There is something deep inside us that recognizes the truth. And you recognized, as I was describing the possibility of feeling unconditionally loved, that that was possible. And it was possible for you. You felt accepted. And that's just a taste of unconditional love. Remember how I asked you to imagine seeing a baby on the side of the road crying, and you stopped and you picked up the baby. You felt loving. You didn't just make some dispassionate decision, well, I don't want to have my picture in the newspaper with some kid crying on the side of the road and I just walked right on by. No, you cared for that child. You could not have done that if you didn't have some capacity to feel inherently loved. Really? Yes, I know many people at this point say, sure, every baby is worth loving unconditionally, but I've made so many mistakes in my life up to my adulthood and continuing through my adulthood that I'm not unconditionally lovable anymore. I'm not unconditionally lovable now. Listen closely to the answer. Ridiculous. As I said way back in the sales page, chapter 0, the mistakes we make, the unproductive behaviors we demonstrate are almost always a response to the pain of not feeling loved. We're responding to pain that was inflicted on us. It was done to us. It is not who we are. Our response to pain, to the things that were done to us, does not define who we are and whether we are lovable. In the same way that the baby on the side of the road is unconditionally lovable, so are you. You are no different. That's a pretty powerful thing to realize for the first time. So take your time, and if you have to go back and listen to that several times, do that. We have a tendency to say, but I've made so many mistakes. Yeah, you made a lot of mistakes from the feelings of not being loved, which were all lies again. All your feelings of not being worthwhile, the main source of pain for all people, come from what other people told you. All day, we reach forks in the road. We make choices. We've talked about this. We're proud of our ability to choose. All hail free will. I love to ask audiences if they believe in free will, but it's mostly a myth. We get to a fork in the road, but if one fork is completely blocked up, as I discussed in a previous chapter, if it's bricked up and covered with ivy and brambles and trees, It practically does not exist. The mistakes that we made were because we were so blinded by our pain that we couldn't see the fork in the road. We just kept going left, left, left. We couldn't see the right fork because we were blind to it. Blinded by our pain and blinded by the lies that we were taught. Why does this matter? We tend to feel we're not lovable because of the mistakes we've made. That's why it matters. But we didn't choose those mistakes. We think we chose, but we got to a fork and we think we chose the wrong way. We didn't see the right way. We simply reacted to pain that we did not inflict upon ourselves, nor have our children. Our children didn't inflict the pain on themselves either. Turns out we're all inherently lovable now. How fun is that? And I'm not trying to make you feel better. I won't do that. If I lie to make you feel better, then everything else I say becomes a lie, and why should you trust anything that I say? So, finding real love, we've talked about recognizing that the message we were originally taught was wrong. Remember the times you have felt loved or loving, and this brings us to number 3. Remember or learn that God loves you. Now, as soon as you say the word God, this subject tends to immediately divide a room. Why? Turns out that 90% of the people in the United States believe in a higher power. 80% of people in this country call that higher power God. Only 56% believe in the God of the Bible, and even if you do believe in the Bible, then it degenerates into a fight about which religion is right. And 10% of us believe in no higher power at all. But amongst those who do believe in a higher power, the division on the subject of religion is horrifying and causes more hate and dislike and contention than I could possibly describe, including wars. When I say religion, I mean any organization that describes the characteristics of God. Does God have white hair? Is God a him? Whatever. What I'm talking about here isn't religion. I'm talking about God. When you were in the visualization and you were picturing being loved by those people that you've never met and never will, because I'm describing people that are in my mind, but I know people like that. What you felt was God's love. That's what people describe when they say, I feel loved in nature. That is what you feel when you unconditionally love a baby that you've never met or whom you've never met. And if the subject of God at all disturbs you, well, then ignore it and move to the next slide that you see and you'll miss the whole discussion. But there is a higher power, call it God or whatever you want, who loves you. Some of you doubt that, even those who are religious. So, do you want to find out? Keep it simple. Close your eyes just for a sense of focus, not because it's a part of a ceremony. We're not going to burn candles and say weird things. And try saying this. God or Father or whatever term you're comfortable with, I've been told, in this case by me, right here, right now, that you're there. And you're there for me. I've been told by somebody who claims considerable experience on the subject that you love me. You don't just exist. And I choose for now to believe that, to trust it. So help me to feel your love. That's it. Done. That would be what many people would call a prayer. There's nothing ritualistic about it. No proper beginning, no proper end. Just Help me to feel divine love. And then feel. That's the hard part. Most of us know how to think. But when I ask people, how do you feel? They tell me how they think. Sometimes they'll use the word feel. Well, I feel that it's going to rain today. Well, that's an opinion. That's thinking. Feel when you ask for this feeling. It might not come right then. Just be sensitive to tender feelings, loving feelings that seem different, higher, somehow better than, more pure than human feelings. Not, I love chocolate, or I really love that girl on the billboard who's advertising bathing suits. No, tender feelings that seem eternal or divine or uplifting. So we've talked about 3 ways of finding love. Here's a 4th. I love you. That doesn't seem like much of a proof or a way to find love, but here I am. I'm sitting right in front of you, and I haven't got anybody else to put in front of you, not right this second. How can you know that? First, you have been hearing it in my tone of voice from the landing page through the sales page, chapter 0, through chapter 1 to this moment. If you slow down your thinking, you can feel it. This training has felt different to you, different from any other training you've done. I care about whether you become a more effective and happier parent. You, the one I'm looking at. You've been through all manner of resources. I can't begin to tell you the quantity and quality of resources that we've been through to get you to this point, so you can be here. Considering all that has gone into this to bring you to this moment where you can feel loved, we're not going to break even monetarily speaking for a very long time, and certainly will never get rich. We're doing this for you. That's called loving you. I know what it's like to be a parent and not know how to help my children feel loved. For the first 19 years of my oldest child, I didn't know how to do this. I didn't know how to become loving. I didn't know how to be responsible. I didn't know how to be happy. Second, for 20 years, I was a surgeon. I was making many times what I'm making now. I walked away from all of that to do this, and we've been doing it for 25 years. For many years, we made an income of absolute zero. We filed our income tax returns, and our net gain for the year was actually negative. Nothing. Finally went bankrupt. We're still at it. Why? So we can be praised for trying? Because it's easy. Because of the money? No to all of those. I still do this. My sweetheart still does this with me because we've seen the change in the face of a child or an adolescent or an adult when they first feel loved unconditionally. Wow, it's inexpressible, and it keeps us going. So I love you. Feel this. Feel the effort and the caring and persistence in what is being offered to you right now, and in the many other resources that I've described earlier that we're going to continue to offer you. Feel the love for you in my face and tone of voice. If you relax and entertain the possibility that it might be true, you'll feel it. So we've been through 4 ways of finding love. Here's the 5th. You find it from other people. So we've been talking about how you can find, not create for yourself, find sources of unconditional love that will fill you up so that you can, in turn, love others. Well, in this case, particularly your children. We talked about recognizing that the message we were originally taught that we were not lovable was wrong. It was dead wrong. It was delivered to us solely because of the selfishness and inconvenience of other people. Now, that's a cognitive step. The rest are not. Number 2, remember the times that you have felt loved or loving. Some of them in this training. But we've all had moments of it, just sometimes seconds. Remember those. 3, remember or learn that God loves you. For some people, this is very applicable. For some people, it just doesn't make any sense at all. Seems mythological. It doesn't matter. It's still one of the things one of the sources, potential sources of love for you. 4, harder for many people, but for others, really meaningful. I love you, which again, you have had moments of feeling during this training. Now we get to number 5, and that's to find sources of unconditional love yourself, like out in the world, like you can do it anytime you want to. Let's look at this slide and talk about it. What we all want is the last item on the slide. So we're going to go backward. Even though the arrows go down, we're going to start at the bottom and go against the flow, if you like. We want to feel unconditionally loved. Well, how can I feel unconditionally loved by you, for example, unless I feel accepted for who I really am? If you accept me for being the king of Bhutan, with an unlimited inheritance that I might share with you, well then, if you love me, it's really not accepting me for who I really am, is it? So, in order to feel loved, we have to feel accepted for who we really are, flaws and all. In order to feel accepted for who I am, I have to feel seen for who I really am. Now, this is a really tricky one because most of us have no idea who we are ourselves. So how are we going to go out and find people who see us as we really are? It's pretty tough. But during this training and with the resources that we're going to provide you with parenting groups and conference calls and seminars and so on, we're going to provide you lots of opportunities to be thoroughly seen. Now the last step, or according to the slide, the first step. How can I feel really accepted by you for who I really am unless I tell you the truth about me, including my fears, my foolishness, my flaws, my anger, my acting like a victim, all the things that we've talked about that children do? We do the same stuff. We just do it with adult skill. Unless I tell you all of that, well, and as well as my successes, it's not just telling people the supposedly bad things or the unproductive things. Unless I tell you the truth, I bring all that to a halt. So this is how we can consistently, systematically, reliably find unconditional love. What if you like me because of something I do for you, something that you like? You just love to be served a cold drink, and I do that every time I see you. Well, yeah, you like me, but do you unconditionally love me? Nah, not possible. It's conditioned on my giving you a cold drink or a smile or a compliment or engage you in social flattery, whatever. And I can't always be doing something for you. There's a name for that. It's called slavery, not love. What if you like me because I'm intelligent, witty, clever, can solve problems? Conditional again. And not the whole truth. Now, could part of the truth be that I'm intelligent or witty? Sure, but what about the rest? The fears, the flaws, the mistakes, the selfishness. Until you see me, you can't really accept all of me. What if you love me because, and I say love because people use this word in this connection. What if you care about me? What if you supposedly love me because I'm incredibly handsome, which, of course, I've had a great deal of problem with in my life? Then again, it's conditional. We are so accustomed to conditional love that we think it's normal, even desirable. If somebody says to you, for example, or you watch somebody say it to somebody else on a movie, somebody says, "I love you." Movies are a useful example because movies simply typify who we are. Why? Because the people who write movies are us. So somebody says to you, "I love you." What's the next question that pops into your mind? 95% of the time. Why? Why do you love me? We are so uncertain of being loved that if somebody says, "I love you," we find that almost beyond credibility. So we need to hear a reason why they love us. And it turns out we want to hear a reason. We want to hear that people love us because we're so used to conditional love. We want to hear that they love us because we are beautiful, handsome, clever, witty, responsible, reliable, helpful, cooperative, all those things. We like conditional love because it feels a lot better than nothing. In fact, every magazine, most television commercials, every Facebook page, and more tell us that if we are beautiful, wealthy, athletic, wear the latest clothes, listen to the best music, communicate with everybody in the world by iPhone every few seconds, more people will be attracted to us. More people will like us. In fact, on Facebook, you can quantify how many people like you. I'm still surprised that there isn't an app where you stick a little billboard across your forehead, one of those little flashing things like in Times Square used to reflect the stock exchange numbers, that indicate how many, I know nothing about Facebook, but how many friends you have, how many people like you, how many people follow you, we quantify how conditionally loved we are. We quantify how much we're loved, at least as far as we understand the word love. But the moment I do anything to get you to like me, I'm manipulating you. I'm not being myself. I'm not really telling the truth. The instant I do anything with my clothing, with my speech, with the way I Photoshop my picture on Facebook, that immediately I'm not telling the truth. I'm lying. And if I don't tell the truth about myself, what happens? This. Look at the slide. As soon as I do anything to get you to like me, which we do so often that we don't realize we're doing it. So the instant I do, I'm not telling the truth. We can cross that out. And everything that follows becomes impossible. So no truth, no feeling seen, no being genuinely accepted for who I really am. And I just made it impossible for me to feel unconditionally loved. Why? Because I was manipulating for conditional love. The two are mutually exclusive. They're incompatible. If I'm angling for conditional love, I won't feel unconditional love if it runs over me with a truck. I have to be clean of that particular pollution. Really? This is going to be a hard habit to break, isn't it? Yes. I got a letter from an older teenager who had recently begun college. She wrote to me, quote, "As long as I can remember, I've tried to get people to like me. I worked hard at it and managed to have a group of friends in high school. But then in college, I had to start over. These were new people, so I had to buy and wear the right clothes. I had to fix my hair the way my new friends did. I had to go to parties that I didn't enjoy. I had to drink like everybody else was doing, and then wake up hungover in the morning wishing that I hadn't gone at all. And through it all, despite all of the smiles and the laughing and the sense of camaraderie and people slapping me on the back, there was always something missing. I could see that my supposed friends were not happy. And I could certainly feel that I wasn't happy. I realized that I wasn't being myself. It was all a show. And I was sick of it. Keep in mind, this is a teenager. Now, my life has changed. Since learning about real love, since feeling unconditionally loved by you, she's talking about me, by some other people who are also capable of unconditionally loving her, since feeling what unconditional love feels like, I've decided that all that other effort isn't worth it. So now I wear clothes that I like, that feel comfortable. I wear clothes that I like the look of. I like being myself. I put makeup on if I feel like it. I put on a nice pair of shoes if I just like how they look for me. Again, I like being myself. Now, by doing that, my circle of friends, which I was trying to make huge, has gotten smaller. Some people have just disappeared when I didn't meet their standards. Parenthetically, I'm saying to the rest of you, just like we talked about before. If you don't please people, some people won't like you. So, continuing with her, she said, some people just disappeared when I didn't meet their standards, but the friends I have left are way better. I feel close to them. I talk to them about how I really feel, and they are more open with me about how they feel and who they really are. This telling this truth stuff is pretty great. End quote. Notice how she just described everything that we talked about in the previous slide. Telling the truth, leading to seeing, leading to feeling accepted, leading to feeling unconditionally loved. When she first went to college, she did not tell the truth about herself and just eliminated that entire process and put herself right back where she was before, finding, buying, earning, keeping, gathering, cementing, tying conditional love to herself. What a drag. You become a prisoner to it. Telling the truth about ourselves is a great way, a reliable way to find the people who will really care about us. But do we tell the truth about ourselves? No, we don't. In fact, there was a study done at a major university in the United States where they filmed two people talking who were strangers they hadn't met before, and they were just sitting there talking to each other about whatever. And they discovered, as they interviewed both people after the filming, to see if what they had said was completely true. to the other person. And they discovered that on average, we lie unintentionally, not implying that we walk out and deceive people intentionally. We lie 3 to 5 times per minute that we're speaking. Now, I'm going to repeat that because the first time I read it, I thought, this has got to be a typo. It's got to be like 3 to 5 times an hour. No. While we're speaking, we lie 3 to 5 times a minute. Examples, which you will identify with. Somebody says, how are you doing? Fine. Well, you look really good. So do you. We just automatically respond with what other people expect, whether it's true or not. That's called a lie. Somebody says to you, so what are you doing these days? It's an old high school buddy that you knew 3 years ago. Well, I'm the assistant manager at the Crocodile Corral. And it turns out that really you're not the assistant manager, that you were just hired 2 weeks ago and you've been through 8 jobs since high school. But they said that there was an opportunity for advancement if you were hired. So already in your head, you're the assistant manager. And so you lie to your friend to make yourself look good so that they will what? Like you. Let's put another word to it. It's really love you, but it's utterly conditional and therefore is utterly worthless. I'm just giving you a few examples of the lies that we tell 3 to 5 times a minute. Another one, somebody says to you, oh, I just love working out, because they like to create the image that they're very health conscious. And so they're at the gym, all the time working out. And you say, yeah, me too. I just love that feeling of strength and power and being fit. And the truth is, you can't remember the last time you worked out. For the real evidence of lying, well, just look around. Open your eyes and look for evidence of people telling things that are not quite true. And you'll see that we are constantly, sometimes when I use that word, people look at me like you're exaggerating, and then they start looking and realize I'm not. We are constantly creating an image that other people will like, with the way we dress, with the way we put on our makeup, with the shoes we choose, with the words that we use, with the way that here's another specific example of lying, the way we laugh at jokes that aren't funny at all. Will do anything to fit in, is what we sometimes call it. No, it's to feel loved. That's what we want. We are very acute observers. We see the slightest inflections in people's faces. We hear the slightest inflections in their tone. So we learn what pleases people and what doesn't. We create Facebook and Instagram accounts where we put our best foot forward. Oh, we Photoshop them. We take pictures of us on the beach at Mazatlan. Every photograph is intended to show people how fun, delightful, wonderful, amazing people we are, and how could they possibly not want to be our friend, which would, of course, give us another number up on our forehead of friends and people we follow and all that stuff. We want people to like us. We buy cars, houses, clothing. We have plastic surgery done and more, all to create an image that isn't who we are. Dating sites are little more than institutionalized lying. I talked to a man once who was one of the co-founders of one of the 2 largest dating sites in the world. And I used that phrase. I said, it seems like dating sites are just institutionalized lying. And he just burst into laughter. He said, it's actually worse than you think. And he detailed to me not only how much people lie on the sites, but how much the sites encourage people to lie. So on dating sites, we get immediate feedback for the lies we tell. In fact, there's some apps, and forgive me for never knowing the name of an app, where we choose people we literally, according to the image they've created, whether it's whoever takes a picture of themselves when they first gotten up in the morning, gone outside without tending to their hair or makeup or anything else, done some weeding in the garden and come back and taken a shot for their dating site picture. Nobody. And because everybody makes themselves look perfect, look at the perfection of this illustration. We literally swipe people on and off screens like this. There are apps that do that. I like this person, I don't like this person. Based on what? Based on how they look, based on how hard they worked to make us feel something for them. Possibly lust, possibly we might deceive ourselves into thinking that they could be a good friend, but it's about physical attraction. We hide our fears, even from ourselves. We hide our flaws, our mistakes, our age, our weight, our jobs, everything, all to earn the imitation love of acceptance. And yet, we know that imitation love never lasts. It never really works. We've all proven that. If you're here interested in learning how to help your child, you've already seen that using imitation love, using conditional love with your child, is a complete failure. Nevertheless, we use it because at least it gives us some temporary superficial reward, but it never fills the emptiness that gnaws at our souls. So what? So what if we lie all the time? Because the ultimate disaster of lying about who we are would be if we succeed. Succeed, not fail. We portray ourselves in a way that if we are accepted, we're accepted for being something we're not. And we know it. In recent years, very public people with all the success in the world, all the stuff that the rest of us have thought, I want to have that. In recent years, some of these very successful people have killed themselves, and it's become very public. And people wonder, why would somebody do that who has all that? I've heard that exact expression many times. Why would somebody kill themselves who has all that? Because it's not a rhetorical question. Because nobody really ever saw them. Remember, truth, seen, accepted for who we really are, and unconditionally loved. Nobody ever even saw them, which makes acceptance and unconditional love just poof, impossible. Those are just out of reach. And why did nobody see who they really were? Well, they never really told the truth about who they were. Instead, they were entertaining, which they were very good at, publicly entertaining. They were witty and intelligent and creative and all of those things. And all of those things are, or in the case of the people who killed themselves, were part of who they are. But they didn't talk about the depression. They didn't talk about how they felt alone because nobody really saw them. All they saw was how they could use them. And then with these people who killed themselves, their friends uniformly, it's almost a uniform interview. Oh, it's so terrible, their friends say. Okay, maybe. And then they say, it was so sudden. And I was so surprised. No, not a surprise. The friends who often were other stars playing the same pretend game saw only the outward superficial mask of their friend who killed himself or herself. Because until we are seen for who we really are, how can we possibly feel seen, accepted, and loved for who we really are? Impossible. Uncounted people have said to me, with tears running down their face, after spending some time together, they've said, "You get me. You understand me. Nobody on earth understands me." It's that rare. Now, I'm not extra clever. I just don't care about the image. The image means nothing to me. I look right through the image to who people are. And that's what people are telling me. You get me. You see through the mask that I can't even see through in the mirror, and you see me. People with a lot of money, with exceptional beauty, or world-class talent are almost always isolated by their gifts. Because people see what those people who have a lot of money and a lot of beauty and a lot of talent, they see what those people can do for them rather than seeing who they are. Their gifts, their athletic ability, their beauty, their money are a distraction. It makes it almost impossible for people to see them. And I'm saying this in defense of people who don't see them. I'm defending the people who say, "Oh, his suicide was such a surprise." And that's because his talents and abilities were so glaring and distracting. As I mentioned before, the instant we lie about who we are, the instant we project anything other than the truth, here's what happens. Truth, seen, accepted, loved, all gone. And that is absolutely tragic, since we need the one at the bottom, unconditional love, like we need air, water, food. So here's the big question. Where do we find these people? Where do we find these people who can give us that kind of unconditional love that is life-saving to us and will enable us to love and teach our children? Where do we find unconditional love? First, usually, not invariably, but usually not from our present friends. Usually not from people you presently know. There are exceptions, but that's the general rule. Why? Why would that be? That doesn't seem to make any sense. Well, I'll just go get love from my friends. Because we have chosen our friends, and they have chosen us based on what we get from them, which is by definition conditional. I read to you the letter of the young college student who went to college and discovered that when she quit trading in conditional love, most of the people that she thought were friends disappeared. But there were a couple left with whom she could be truthful and could feel unconditional love from. Which is better? 1,000 people who don't really love you for who you are, who require that you perform and sing and dance like a monkey on a chain at the end of the organ grinder's instrument. I can't remember what that device is called. Which is better, to be a slave to 1,000 people, or to have 2 genuinely, unconditionally loving friends? Is there really a doubt about that? I had a friend once whose job was to interview celebrities. And one day she interviewed a celebrity who had just performed, and she said, "What's it like to have, 1,000, 2,000 people just clapping and cheering and laughing?" And he said, "It's like being on a drunk." feels that good. He said, but by the time I get into the limousine to go to the hotel, I need more. So here he's got 1,000 people really worshiping him, clapping for him, hooting in approval of him. He is awash in conditional love. And it's gone by the time he gets to the car to go to his hotel. He said, I'd give anything for one person who really saw me. So would most of us. So we've already established a pattern of, with our friends, because this is how we got them, of earning approval. We exchange it. You look nice, so do you. If you don't think that's a socially required thing, the next time somebody says to you, you look really nice, just say nothing. And feel the incredibly awkward silence that follows. With our friends, we have this pattern of earning approval and lies being very common. They're accepted. In other words, we choose friends who will lie to us and are willing to be lied to. Do we do this consciously? No. We are, as I've said earlier, just very keen observers of what people like. And so we do it. And if we do what they like, we see their faces light up and we go, ooh, possible friend. Then they do something we like and our eyes light up and we are, well, forgive me, in love, even if it's just with friends. I don't necessarily mean love like, long-term, intimate relationship. When we lie, we get less pain, or at least that's been our experience to this point in our lives. When we've told the truth about our flaws, mistakes, foolishness, stupidness in the past, we could see in people's faces that they didn't love us as much. So we lie. That's imitation love. We trade imitation love. And we're compatible with the people who trade with us relatively equally. Doesn't have to be identical. But if I give you 60 units of imitation love, I'm making this up, it doesn't have units, praise, pleasure, power, safety. If I give you 60 units and you give me 50, it's almost like the stock exchange. I offer you this, you offer me that, we come to a conclusion, 60-50, yeah, we could be friends. It really goes like that. That's the purpose of the questions on dating sites. Are we relatively compatible? Why? So that we can trade with relative equity different forms of imitation love. And if that's true, then we're friends. That's how they work. It's how dating sites work. It's how relationships work. Usually we don't know people who can love unconditionally. We don't. Most of us don't know a single person. Until I was 40 years old, I had known two people in 40 years, who had been unconditionally loving, and this was for just moments. We didn't really have an opportunity because of circumstances to be friends, but I felt unconditional love from two people in 40 years because they were unconditionally loving. It wasn't because of something I did, which is by definition why it's unconditional. I don't have to earn it. 2 times in 40 years. Most people tell me they've never felt it. Once they have felt it, they go, oh my gosh, my whole life's been a lie. In a minute, we'll talk about how to find amongst even some of our present friends, those who are capable of loving us unconditionally. It can happen. So we've talked about where do we find unconditional love? Usually not from our present friends. Rarely, which means even less commonly than amongst our friends, rarely do we find it from close family members. Can't even begin to tell you how often somebody says to me, well, I do have one source of unconditional love, my mother. or my father. Now, am I saying that that's always wrong? No. It is possible that you have the one of 10 unconditionally loving parents in the United States or in the country that you live in, but it's unlikely. If we don't feel unconditionally loved already, you likely don't, or you wouldn't be listening to this. That condition started where you're not feeling loved unconditionally. In your family. They are the origin of our pain. And I talked about this repeatedly. Nobody meant to hurt anybody. Nobody meant to deliver the I don't love you wound. We're not blaming anybody. We're not putting down anybody's family. Waste of time. Please don't do that and distract yourself. But where do you think our pain is going to come from? The worst pain in our lives is when we were the youngest. From infancy to age 4, you're pretty much cemented how you're going to see the world and how you're going to see yourself. And who was with you from infancy to age 4? Your high school teacher? No. The mailman? Mm-mm. Your cousins? Probably your parents or parent. It's just how it is. They are the origin of our pain. And we talked about that previously. Simple metaphor. If you were raised on an island in the Caribbean, your parents are not likely to be the people who will teach you how to hunt seal and polar bears in the Arctic, are they? They wouldn't know how. We can't give what we don't have. People in the Caribbean couldn't possibly give you the skill of hunting polar bears. People who inflicted the I don't love you wound are very unlikely to have the ability to heal that wound because they would suddenly have to become unconditionally loving. So we don't usually get it from family. If you lack love in your life, it's precisely because you didn't get it from your family. They didn't have it to give when you were a kid, and it's highly unlikely that they have it now. Especially not from parents, because they were the authorities in our lives. And not likely siblings, because they were raised by those same parents. It's also unlikely, well, previously I've said we're not going to get it from our friends usually, and rarely from our families, but never, ever from our children. Write that down in your head. Parenting is a unique relationship. The love is a one-way flow. We love our children. That's the end of it. Period. Full stop. We do not get love in return from them, or we're trading and our children will never feel unconditionally loved. If we do get love from them, or even make the slightest effort to, it will end up being a trade, and they can't feel whole if the love they get is conditional. But we do expect love from our children. In fact, it is the number one reason that people have children in the first place, is so they'll have somebody to love them. Because children are more malleable, and after all, they're really cute and they smile when we do nice things for them. And that's why we have kids. Sometimes we call it love. Other times we call it obedience, gratitude, respect, cooperation, or affection. It is still expecting love from our children. Again, it's the primary reason we have children, so that we have somebody to love us. I watched a 16-year-old girl who was asked what she was going to do with her pregnancy. She was clearly nearing the term of her pregnancy. And they discussed the options. Adoption, have the child, abortion. And the 16-year-old said, oh, well, I'm having my baby because then I'll have somebody to love me. I wanted to burst into tears because that mother is going to lean on that child. She's going to imprison that child until that child gives the mother enough obedience and respect and gratitude and smiles and all of that until the mother feels loved. And because it's conditional, she's never going to feel loved by that child. Not possible. So our expectations that our children will love us just don't work out. And yet, we expect love from our children with such frequency. It is so common that it's become normal. Normal, not as in healthy, normal as in the norm, as in average, as in almost everybody does it. To expect love from our kids. How many bedtimes have you personally seen, and very likely done, where one parent or the other or both says, come give mommy a kiss. Come give daddy a kiss. Oh, what an innocent, sweet, darling thing to say. Give mommy a kiss. What could possibly be wrong with that? That's easy. What happens? See, often we don't realize our motivation for a thing, for asking for a thing, until we don't get it. What happens when the child resists, has a little fit, says no, runs and gives the other parent a kiss, but not a kiss to the one who asked for the kiss? Instantly, it is revealed that we were not asking for a kiss. We were demanding one. You'll see this everywhere. Valentine's Day is the day that most men in the United States, at least where it's most commonly celebrated, Valentine's Day is just a terrible day. For several years, I would just walk into the locker room at the gym and say to men, a week before Valentine's Day, so you guys ready for Valentine's Day? And you hear the same sound, no matter what gym you're in, no matter what state you're in the entire United States. You know what the sound is? The sound is, because they know that the expectations from their partner, girlfriend, whoever, for proof of love on Valentine's Day are huge. And if they're not met, they realize that they're going to get an emotional beating. Anytime there are expectations associated with love, it's not unconditional love, and it turns out badly. When a parent says to a child, come give mommy a kiss, although the child doesn't go through all this intellectually, the child's going, oh, you got to be kidding me. I have to do this again. And then they often just run up the stairs. The parent discovers that it wasn't a request when they are disappointed or annoyed that they didn't get what they wanted. They discovered that it was a demand or an expectation. In other words, they were not loving their child by saying, come give me a kiss. They were demanding love from the child. Now, I'm kind of pounding on this give mommy a kiss thing because it's so common in so many ways that we make demands of our children. We form them in the way of a question. The sentence goes up at the end. It has actually, if you were to write it out, a question mark at the end, but it isn't a question mark. It's really, you just get over here and give mama a kiss. After all I've done for you all day, the least I can get is a kiss. We demand love from them. And we'll talk more about this in future chapters. But we can't get real love from our children for two primary reasons. Why? One, they don't have it. Because if we're demanding unconditional love from our children, clearly we don't have it to give to them. So if we don't have unconditional love to give to our children, who was going to give it to them? There isn't anybody else. So They don't have it. Second, real love is caring about another, we've defined this before, without expecting anything in return. There is simply no way that a child can love a parent without conditions. They need us too much. Of course, they expect something in return. We're their primary source of, well, everything. They want something in return, or they want something in the first place from us before we even ask for something from them. They want love from us. And our children have a, if you like, inherent divine right to expect love from us as their parents. It's a one-way flow. So if we can't get real love from them, then we get imitation love from them. And we've talked about the many ways that we can get imitation love from our children. And I mentioned some of these. We get obedience from them, which gives us a feeling of power and safety. We manipulate them for gratitude. How many times have you said this to a child, or seen a parent say this to a child, or been a child and heard this from an adult? Now, what do you say when the child is given something? Like, you give a child an ice cream cone. There was a time years ago when I used to time this stuff. The child had roughly 2 seconds from the time they were given an ice cream cone before the parent said, now what do you say? The child is expected to say thank you before the cone is even firmly in the child's hand. No kidding. So we expect obedience, gratitude, respect from our children, which is a form of loving. We expect cooperation. We expect affection. We went through the give daddy or mommy a kiss. If you want to learn to love and teach your children, it begins with telling the truth about yourself with other adults and getting from them, not your children, the real love you need. Turns out, telling the truth to other adults who have it to give. And then you can give it to your children. And we'll talk about how you find those adults, because not everybody you run into randomly on the street has the ability to give you unconditional love, even when you complete that first step in the process of truth, seen, accepted, loved. Some people will just look at you when you tell the truth like, what in the world are you talking about? So I have strongly emphasized that if we want to learn to love and teach our children, emphasis on the love, we have to find it from other people, or one of the sources that I mentioned was God, but we have to find it from somewhere else. Another way to say this might be, if you haven't taken the life course yourself, you can't take the parenting course. Until you feel sufficiently loved yourself, it doesn't matter how many scenarios I solve for you. It doesn't matter how many words I give you to say to your child when they, whatever. You can't teach the parenting course, because the parenting course involves you knowing how to love and teach. Well, I can pretty easily teach you what to say. I can teach you what to teach. But until you feel unconditionally loved, you can't love and teach, which is those 3 words are really one word, love and teach. So where do we find unconditional love? The most common source is from other people. So again, truth, we tell the truth, we feel seen for who we really are, we feel completely accepted for who we really are, flaws, faults, mistakes, and all, and then we feel unconditionally loved. You will create the opportunities to be unconditionally loved only as you tell people the truth about your mistakes. That's it. Your mistakes, your flaws, your fears, your foolishness, and the rest of you. Your talents, your abilities, your gifts. In other words, all of you. and allow other people to accept and love you as you really are. Understandably, you've been reluctant to do that. As I sit with people for the first time and I say to them, tell me the truth about yourself, the real truth. The looks of horror, I really wish I had a slide of the looks of horror on people's faces because they realize they don't know how, but they also know that deep down they don't want to because it hasn't been pleasant in the past. So you've been reluctant because look at what happened on the many occasions when people, mostly parents, did learn about your flaws, like your bad grades, your dirty room, the broken dish, that you hit your sister, that you got in trouble at school, whatever. Look what happened. People were consistently disappointed in you or even angry at you. Everybody recognizes that tone when they learned about your mistakes, especially if they told you not to, which applied to everything. We all experienced those looks and tones of voice that communicated disappointment, irritation, and even disgust from our own parents. You've probably done it yourself, almost certainly done it yourself. You remember those painful experiences vividly, or at least the feelings of them. Possibly not, in fact, probably not, the specific instances where people express their disapproval. You were too young to remember the worst things that happened, which is the ultimate irony. That which we learn first, we learn deepest. It stays there most deeply inside us. And if people expressed disappointment and irritation and an annoyance and frustration, if you've ever rocked and held a 4-month-old baby when they've got colic or whatever and can't go to sleep, after about an hour of standing, because for some reason most children just can't stand it when you sit comfortably trying to rock them. After you've stood for an hour trying to help a 4-month-old baby go to sleep and they're crying and screaming, I promise you, the tone of your holding them changes. You become frustrated. You rock with more agitation, possibly greater frequency, as in times per second. It doesn't feel as gentle and loving. And honey, they feel that. They feel that I don't love you wound, and they're 4 months old. What's the likelihood that later on, even under hypnosis, they're going to remember that event? Yeah, pretty much zero. And yet, those moments still affect them. They affect you. In order to prevent more such experiences, you've learned to withdraw and hide yourself by lying, by hiding, with intimidation, with people pleasing, any number of ways of pretending to be something or someone else to avoid those horrifying moments of disapproval, most of which you don't remember. Ironically, however, when you hide, you guarantee that you will feel alone and unloved, as in this slide that we've now seen at least 3 or 4 times. As soon as we don't tell the truth, we can't feel seen, we can't feel accepted, we can't feel unconditionally loved. Impossible. Now, some of this has sounded just horrifying. Some of this is difficult even for me to say. The fact that when we lie, we pretty much doom ourselves to lives of feeling alone. And most people do feel alone. But delightfully, there is a way out of this awful pattern of fear and hiding. Really, a relatively easy, or at least simple, way out. You can do this. You can learn to do this. You can exercise a little courage and faith and make a decision. It's a decision. It's a choice, as opposed to what we've been talking about before. Instead of simply reacting to pain, this falls in the category of choice. You can make a conscious choice to start telling the truth about yourself to people. Not everybody, not everywhere, just to a few people in the beginning. Let's not make this scary. Don't go out and tell the truth about your fears, flaws, and mistakes to everybody you meet. The reactions are going to be pretty bizarre from some people. And you're going to make this choice regardless of the past painful experiences you've had and the fear that you're likely experiencing at the prospect of truth-telling right now. Pick one friend. Now, I know I said it's not likely we're going to find the truth from our friends because we pick them specifically so they will lie with us. But pick your most peaceful friend, your friend who's the least angry, who shows the fewest getting and protecting behaviors. This is just an experiment. You're going to learn to do this later with people, on conference calls, at seminars. We're going to provide you opportunities to do this. But pick a friend and tell just one about your fear of, you pick your fear, whatever pops to your head. Your fear of, I don't mean your fear of spiders, big deal. No, something about you. Your fear of being around people. Your fear of being vulnerable and seen. Your fear of making mistakes. Those are real fears. Share a few of the mistakes you've made in your life. I'm going to give you examples, so I'm not just going to send you out and go tell the truth about your fears, flaws, and mistakes. It might be a bit frightening in the beginning. Actually, it will be a little bit frightening in the beginning because you're not used to it. But you're going to choose to do it anyway. That's why it's called faith. Every time we make a choice, instead of just reacting like a billiard ball, we're exercising faith that our choice is going to get us further and further down the path toward the kind of person we want to be, a genuinely happy and unconditionally loving person. And in your case, because we're here in the ridiculously effective parenting training, better parent. So despite all of your experiences in the past, you're going to choose to tell the truth and have faith that you will eventually find people who will accept you. And then you'll begin to know the feeling of being loved and the profound joy you've always wanted. I'm not suggesting, I'm telling you that if you keep making these choices to tell the truth, and I'm going to give you examples of just real simple, easy truths to tell in the beginning, you will find these people. It's a guarantee. This isn't like jump off a 200-foot cliff and you might live. It's not like that. This is a guarantee. It all becomes possible when you start being honest despite your fear, which is again called faith. It takes great faith or trust. No difference between the two. One word tends to be used in more spiritual settings, but they mean the same thing. It takes great faith or trust to tell the truth about yourself despite being afraid, while being afraid, having ample justification for being afraid. So let's be honest here. When you're more honest about yourself, is it possible that some people won't accept you? Well, yeah, but who cares? Those people would never have accepted who you really are anyway. So what's the loss? If you're willing to take the risk and be more open, initially just a little, and initially with just a few people, you will find people who do genuinely love you. These loving experiences will convince you that you are worth loving without doing anything to earn it. Invaluable. Feeling worthwhile changes everything. Then you become happy. You become capable of loving your partner, your children, and others. As a result of the unconditional love you receive from others, you will learn, just as you learned from being told by other people that you were worth less, as you are genuinely loved by other people, you'll learn that you are infinitely worthwhile. Not just barely. You didn't just get over the line by you're infinitely worthwhile, and you will experience genuine happiness. We must exercise the faith and courage required to find unconditional love from others, instead of doing all the lying, hiding, and more that we've done all of our lives. In the next chapter, we'll talk about the other behaviors we use when we don't feel loved, which I call getting and protecting behaviors, and how we acquire all the imitation love we've used in the past. We're getting to that. But back to telling the truth. What does it look like to tell the truth about ourselves? I say it, but many of us are sitting here going, what? How? Where do I start? What words are involved in this sentence? So let's get specific. Let me give you some examples, and I'll describe many opportunities to practice this new life of being truthful. Once you start practicing, you'll see that we have opportunities every day, not exaggerating, to tell the truth. So let's do some examples. Let's start off. Number one, it is common as dirt to hear people talking about, say, as one example, their kids and complaining about how difficult they are. They might say something like, quote, yeah, that kid of mine doesn't do a thing he's told, end quote. Or, quote, they just fight and argue all day long, and I don't know what to do about it, end quote. Or, quote, that kid is on his phone all day long. It's like talking to a wall, end quote. The inflection, the tone of voice was to match the words, and it's the tone of voice you hear those words in. When people talk like that, what is the complaining, in other words, what is the usual response of the other person in the conversation? And you've probably done it. There's an expected response to a conversation that begins that way. The other parent says, quote, yeah, that age is just terrible. They don't listen to anything. My kid doesn't either. And then their friends make it worse. It's just impossible, end quote. Something like that. And the person who first complains expects that kind of sympathy and some more complaining from the other person because they're both acting like victims together. And there's a certain kind of superficial and kind of sick bond, but it feels better than no bond at all, between two people who are complaining. In this kind of whining, complaining discussion, what kind of genuine connection is there? None. It fills time, but there's no connection. Whining and complaining do not bind people together. It's just trading victimhood, sympathy, even, depends on how you deliver it, entertainment. So, what would be an example of responding to such an initial complaint with the truth? Oh, if I were to pass out a piece of paper at this point and say, so fill in this answer, what would be an example of telling the truth to this kind of complaining? I'd get a bunch of blank papers back. That's why we're here, is to learn this. So let's start over. The other person complains about their bratty, ungrateful kid, but this time, instead of complaining along with them, you respond with the knowledge that you've gained already about real love. and with a desire to practice telling the truth about yourself. So you might say something like this. At no point am I ever telling you, say this. So if somebody says this, say this. We could do that forever. I'm saying you might say something like this. Get the flavor, the feel of it, the tone of it, the attitude of it, and then you'll understand what I'm saying. So you might say, quote, I had some of the same problems in the past with my kid. Can you already hear the difference in tone? It's a big difference. Let's continue. But it's beginning to change. No kidding. I learned that every time my kid acts out in some way that I used to just hate, he's just in pain. He's reacting to the pain of not feeling worthwhile, not feeling important, not feeling loved unconditionally. Who knew? I never knew that, so I only made things worse every time he behaved badly. You know how it goes. Your kid does something stupid, you get irritated, he acts worse, you start yelling, and poof, it's a war. So I learned to respond differently to him. The more I really listen to him, touch him, look him in the eye, and care about him, and teach him without any irritation, the less he behaves badly. It's like a weird miracle. All this time, I've been angry at him a lot of times and really hurt him. That's why he was behaving like that. So now I'm learning how to do this differently, and it's working. End quote. Now, sounds like a lot of words. You could eliminate half of those sentences just at random and it would still make sense. But you got the tone. One parent is saying, oh, that dang kid, and you're responding with, yeah, they really do the dangest things. You're not contradicting this person, and notice you're not lecturing them, and you're not trying to persuade this complainer to do anything different or you're dead. If you lecture and try to persuade them to do something, they're not going to hear anything. No, you're describing what you've learned. It's just about you. Now, even with that, even with me saying that, you might be thinking, oh my, I could never say that because it's so different. Maybe because it was a lot of words. It's really not a lot of words. I mean, because the two of you are going to sit there and complain with way more words than that anyway. But you could just pick out any 2 sentences of that. Yes, you really could say this. What you've done so far, making it your kid's fault, has not worked. And if you're afraid, which you will be when you first go to tell the truth about yourself, you could say just a part of it. So I gave you a long version. Now here's a shorter version. And you can pick anything in between. I'm going to give you as many examples as I can so you get the flavor of what it's like to tell the truth. You could just say, after the other person has said, oh, my kid, blah, 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 complained about whatever. You say, yeah, my kid used to behave a lot like that. And then I learned that I was the cause of it because I wasn't listening and paying attention to him. That's it. I'm pretty sure that was one sentence. I'd have to look back. Easy. Now, it's not a full explanation on your part, but it's a start. It's almost like a teaser, like a test. Not a test that the other person passes or fails. Test as in, let's test this out. Like if you're going to give your kids something to eat, you're going to test it on your tongue before you shove it in their mouth so it's not too hot. It's a start. And if the other person wants to know more about the profound thing you just said in one sentence, you're going to know. You know how you're going to know? Because they'll ask for more. If you tell the truth about yourself with confidence, no guilt, no victimhood, no play for sympathy, no lecture, no trying to convince them of anything, the person you're talking to will uniformly go one of three ways. There are really just three responses to you telling the truth about yourself. First, they will find it so strange because we lie to each other all the time. Like I said, 3 to 5 times per minute. They're going to find it so strange that they're going to go, yeah, how about that weather? Or did you hear there's going to be a thunderstorm tomorrow? Or people will find it so strange that they'll change the subject. They might look at you like you have two heads. On the whole, people simply don't talk like this. They don't tell the truth. They don't even admit being wrong. And they certainly never take responsibility for their children's behavior, like pretty much ever. So your friend will change the subject, or might, that's one response, to football or shopping or whatever, anything but being genuine and vulnerable, because it's just as scary to them as it is to you. And you've had a chance to prepare for it. They haven't. They might say, how about this, or how about that, or change the subject, or talk about the weather. They won't know what to do. They might not say anything at all. They might just look at you stunned like, what is wrong with you? But you'll see that they would rather change the subject. A facial expression indicating that they don't know what planet you're from. What's the meaning? They're not ready to hear the truth yet. Well, so what? So you found one person in the entire phone book, or out of all the people that you know, who simply isn't capable of seeing you, accepting you, and loving you. You found one. Or somebody who just doesn't want to learn about themselves. Because if you tell the truth about you, they might feel obligated to tell the truth about themselves and not ready for that. But still, so what? Solution? One word. Next. Just move on to another person, another friend, and try a similar approach. You might fail 10 times in a row. Who cares? Don't force it. But if you keep telling the truth about yourself to people in a way that doesn't lecture them or make them too afraid by expecting them to change, you're going to find somebody who can at least unconditionally accept you a little. We'll go from there later. We'll talk about what you do about that. Second possibility, so changing the subject. Second possibility is that they'll argue with you. I know, since they don't know how to parent their kids, how could they possibly argue with you as you talk about how to raise yours, right? Because if you say that your child's behavior was due to you not listening and loving, they might hear, in fact, commonly hear, an accusation which you didn't make, that somehow their child's behavior is also due to their not being loving. This is really common, so be ready for it. Some people cannot tolerate that possibility. Actually, almost nobody can. Why? Because a great many parents had children for two reasons. We talked about one, to have somebody to love them, wrong, and two, to have a sense of purpose in life, to have a role. So the idea that they might not have been loving parents is far too much for most parents. And here you are suggesting that, well, you weren't a good parent, so they've got to at least consider the possibility, and inside they're screaming, no way, can't do that. So they'll argue with you. It assaults their sense of worth as a person and as a parent, so they have to argue. What would they say? Well, they might say something like, I don't think that's true. Or, well, that seems kind of simplistic. Or more sneaky, they might say, no, you're a great parent. You can't blame yourself for the decisions that your children make, which really means they can't blame themselves. They couldn't stand the possibility. They might say, well, just teenagers make their own choices. So arguing with you is a possibility. And of course, they would be defending you in this last sneaky example only because they don't want to admit what they do, that it's the same thing, that it might be unloving. They might have to admit that they are unloving. So they might say something like, oh, it sounds like you're blaming yourself for your child's being rebellious, disrespectful, lazy, whatever. And that doesn't make sense. There are thousands of permutations of this. So the meaning of their arguing is what matters. They're not ready to hear the truth. Again. So what? Again. So you found one person who simply isn't capable of seeing you, accepting you, and loving you. Big deal. What's the solution? We've talked about this before. I think you know the answer. Next. You just move on to another person and you will find somebody, which brings us to the third reaction. First, they'll change the subject. Second, they'll argue. Third, they'll be fascinated. Some people, might be many over the period of years, but even just one would be a miracle. Some person will be utterly fascinated by you telling the truth. It really happens. Truth is an eternal, infinite flow. The truth you tell resonates with other truths and with people who either tell the truth or want to learn how. People who want to learn to feel the truth. It resonates with them. They're dying to listen to somebody who is authentic. They are so drawn to somebody who speaks the truth, almost regardless of what the truth is. They're just drawn to truth. I have seen people utterly drawn to people who are, for example, convicts, convicted murderers, burglars. Go through the legal books to find a list of crimes. I've seen people utterly drawn to convicts released from prison, people who have gone bankrupt, people who have made terrible mistakes in life. They're drawn to what? Not the crime, not the mistake. We are drawn to truth, whatever it is. Truth does create a bond between us, whereas victimhood doesn't. They might say, for example, when you say some portion of what I suggested earlier, what? Where in the world have you been learning that? That's it. One sentence. And now you're having a meaningful conversation about what's true. As you tell them where you learned it, as you tell them more about what you've learned, that is a meaningful conversation. Oh, it gets better than the other person just being fascinated. You have found someone with whom you might be able to continue telling the truth. In other words, to answer a question that we asked quite some time ago, you have found someone with whom you can complete this process. You tell the truth about yourself. They see you because they want to. They accept you. And they begin. In the beginning, it's just a whiff, just a first sniff of unconditional love. They begin to unconditionally love you. I repeat what I said earlier. If you haven't taken the life course, you can't take the parenting course. You first have to learn to feel loved before you teach your children how to do the same thing. Very important in the process of finding real love from other people is learning to tell the truth about ourselves. And because that's such a foreign concept, I promised you that I would give you some examples. In the first example that I gave you of an opportunity for telling the truth about ourselves, we talked about responding to somebody who complains about the behavior of their children. That should not be a difficult encounter for you to find, because people complain about the behavior of their children pretty much every day, and some people several dozen times a day. So let's do another example. Another person, totally different example, says, my wife is so demanding. Nothing I do is ever good enough. She nags me about everything. Pretty much every guy has heard a statement like that. Probably many women have heard it too. And the natural tendency amongst most of us would be to respond, I don't know how you stand it. Mine does that too. I mean, can you believe how ungrateful some people can be sometimes? Or something like that. Essentially complaining, which is how many conversations go. In fact, people compete to be the biggest victim. Or, yeah, women, can't live with them, can't kill them. It turns into a complaining fest. What is the connection, we asked this before, between two people who complain together? Nothing. No more connection than two people standing in the rain together are connected just because they're both soaked to the skin. They're not bonded together. Complaining and victimhood do not create genuine connection, which is what we're looking for. Unconditional love is unconditional love is the only thing that creates the kind of connection that we're looking for. What truth could you possibly tell about yourself in such a situation? Well, I will give you an example. And again, it's not the thing to say, but somebody complains about how their wife is a whatever. You all heard the derogatory terms. You might try saying something like this, quote, I've learned some stuff about my marriage. I discovered that my wife nagged me mainly because I wasn't listening to her. So she had to repeat herself. I always blamed her, but it was usually me. So I started to learn to really listen to her, pay attention to her. And now I gotta say, I'm amazed. She doesn't nag me at all anymore. End quote. You'll get one of the three reactions that I enumerated earlier. People will change the subject, they'll argue with you, or they'll go, excuse me? That's pretty cool that you've learned to do that. Where did you learn to do that? And you just tell them that where you learned to do it. Go to reallove.com. You don't have to be a teacher of this, but you can at least give somebody an opportunity to learn how to change their life. Another example, because we're going to need lots of them. This is like a foreign language. And just like learning a foreign language, I've never seen a foreign language class that didn't teach using some form of repetition. We need practice saying these things. We need examples of saying these things. So another person says, all my daughter does is stay in her room and text and lives on Facebook. And then there's this terrible facial expression that goes along with that, or any of her other uncounted apps. All day, late into the night, she does this. I've talked to her, I've yelled at her, but nothing makes any difference. It's exhausting, and it certainly isn't helping her grades. Now, you might say, because other people do, and you've heard these conversations, I know, right? I mean, it's like they're zombies glued to their phone and they can't do anything else. They don't even hear you when you talk to them. So here we have more complaining and complaining. Or you might say, I don't know what to do either. I'm lost when it comes to raising a teenage kid. It's like she comes from another planet. We've all heard these conversations. Where do they go? Nowhere. Two people are just complaining at each other, and at the end of the conversation, you got nothing. nobody's got something to improve the situation. We're both just feeling pitiful together. Or you could tell the truth. Now, the goal of telling the truth here is not to correct the other person. It's not to be a zealot. It's not to change their life. You're just practicing telling the truth. Because remember, one of those three examples is going to happen. And the last one is they might actually listen and connect with you. And if they don't, what's the solution? We already said, next. You try it with the next person. So an example of the truth when somebody complains about their teenager. Well, I'm learning that everybody just wants to feel loved. Everybody. Nobody's going to argue with you about that point, by the way. My kids want to feel loved, your kids, us as adults, and we just don't know how to find it. I know that often I express disappointment and frustration with my child, and that can only come across like I'm telling her that she's defective and that I love her less when she behaves badly. It's hurtful, and I'm beginning to learn how to stop it. That's not a lot of words. It's really different from what we're used to hearing in conversations. It could seem a little bit like preaching, but you see, you're not telling the other person what to do. You're telling them what you've learned and how it's changing your life and your relationship with your child. So there's no preaching. There's no correcting. You don't want to do either one. You don't. You're describing what you're learning and doing. And what do you have to lose? If somebody hears you tell the truth about yourself and something that's making you a happier person and they change the subject, well, then change the subject with them. If they want to talk about shopping or gambling or playing football, then go ahead and finish that conversation with them. Or you could change the subject to one that interests you. Who cares? But this is how you find the people who will accept you unconditionally, only as you tell the truth about you. If the other person is confused by you, because this is different, or outright rejects your thoughts, again, what do you got to lose? They weren't going to love you unconditionally anyway, and now you've simply learned that. They already weren't going to. You just wondered if they were. Now you've learned they're not going to. You cannot lose by telling the truth to people you have selected to tell the truth to as being at least possible listeners. At worst, you lose the illusion that you had a real relationship with this person. Turns out you probably don't. The only way to find people who can see you, can accept you, and possibly care about you is to tell the truth about yourself to people who might not see you and accept you. I've known many friends who are in sales, and in many respects, this is like sales. If you're selling real estate, insurance, soap, or brushes door to door, which reflects my age, the only way to make sales is to make a great number of sales pitches that fail. I have a friend who sells, of all things, door to door. He sells windows, big windows, picture windows, little windows. Sells these door to door to people who are losing a lot of heat and air conditioning through old, poorly installed, and single-paned windows. He actually makes a pretty great living. I couldn't imagine doing that job. And I asked him, how do you deal with the inevitable rejection all day long? And he said, easy. I just assume that for every person who says yes, I've calculated that roughly 15 will say no. So I pretty much assume the vast majority, 14 out of 15 would be vast majority, are going to say no. So when somebody says yes, I'm thrilled. But I'm presenting an opportunity to people to have something that will decrease their energy expenditure. It pays for itself within 4 or 5 years, and the house looks better and everybody wins. But I don't expect to convince people. Just like you don't expect to find somebody who's going to unconditionally accept and love you every time you tell the truth. There will be lots of people who won't. Brilliant on his part. Think about it. For every step you take at the top of the mountain, where you're just kind of turning in a circle and taking in the panoramic view. If you're at the top of the mountain that's the highest for miles around, you get to see everything. For every step you take at the top of the mountain, you took several thousand not at the top. The intermediate steps are just necessary. If you want to find people who are going to accept and love you, you have to be willing to tell the truth about yourself to people who are not going to. Failure is just part of learning and growing and finding what you want in life. Do you really want to be a better parent? Really? If you do, then you have to ask this question. Actually, the question's already answered. Do you really want to feel loved? If you want to be a better parent, well, then you pretty much have to want to feel loved. Then accept that most people will not understand you or accept you, and tell the truth anyway. Tell the truth about yourself at every opportunity. I've described only 3 possible situations for telling the truth about yourself. There are so many more, and here and there, I'll give you another one. In fact, while we're at it, let's do another one. A 4th example. The other person says, I'm so tired of people. All they want is more, more, more. They're so demanding. Instead of just whining with them and agreeing with them, which helps nobody, as we've established, what if you told the truth? What if you said, I know the feeling. I used to be tired all the time. And then I learned that it wasn't something that other people were doing. Here's your chance to talk about you. You say, I was tired from always trying to please people. Pleasing people just never stops. Then people always do want more. And sometimes I still fall into that trap, but a lot less. I don't work at it as hard, and I really like living this way. End quote. Like I said, the other person might be confused. They might argue, or they might listen. And the best way to look at it is you win in either case. If they're confused or argue, you just learn that that's probably not going to be somebody who's going to unconditionally accept you. If they listen, there's a real possibility that you have found a genuinely loving friend. That's 4 examples in just a few minutes. Here are a few other examples of some things you could say, because I really want you to get the feel of what telling the truth is like. It's not preaching. It's not getting naked in front of other people. It's just being a little vulnerable, just so you get the feel for what it looks like or what it sounds like. These are just you starting a conversation. The other examples involved other people talking and then you responding. These are just you starting a conversation or changing the subject or possibly answering something that somebody else says. Quote, for a long time, my son has had a terrible attitude about a lot of things. School, his chores, around the house, the family. This is probably a conversation you'd be starting. You'd be talking about your family anyway. So here's a different way to do it. For a long time, I've had a terrible attitude about the things that he does. And I've really been leaning on him to shape up. I've been restricting him. I've been getting mad at him, stuff like that, which everybody understands. Now I'm beginning to see that his attitude is really a reaction to, it's a little embarrassing, me. All he ever wanted was for me to love him no matter what he did. And I haven't done very well at that. Instead, when he screws up, I usually get irritated at him. And then he can see that I don't love him unconditionally. I didn't understand until now how much that has hurt him. I thought I was a much better father than I really have been. Now that's not a whole lot to say, but it's going to seem really different to other people. And look how much risk is involved in that. The very worst that could happen is that the other person is going to go, what? And change the subject and blame the kid and disagree with you. So what? And you'd probably only share that much truth. That was a fair bit. That was, I don't know, like 6 lines worth of truth with somebody that you've practiced with before, where you've tried 2 lines. And they said, I never thought about it like that. Then you wait. When somebody gives you a little opening because they're listening to you, you don't drive a truck through the opening. The next time you might tell them a little more, like this one. Or here's another quote. My wife did something last night that I didn't like, and I got annoyed, as usual. But I've been thinking about that lately, and I've been reading about it. We've been growing further apart for years, and I've always blamed her for that. Now I'm beginning to think that maybe she's not the only problem. I haven't been a very loving husband. I've been selfish. I've been critical, sometimes distant, much more concerned about what I wanted than what would make her happy. That's been kind of a sobering thought. I can tell you that if you have the guts to say that to somebody, people will react to it, because we do tend to blame our spouses for the distance that's developing between us. Here's another quote. For all these years, I've been working to accumulate all the things I could. Money, house, cars, job, the usual stuff. But I'm starting to think maybe I'm missing out on something. I haven't paid as much attention to my relationships as I should have. End quote. That's it. 3 lines long. Most people will respond in a favorable way to that because they can identify it. They can identify with it. Now, here's another one. And parenthetically, before I give the quote, this is usually a response to somebody who's saying that another person got angry at them. So this person is talking to you about how another person got angry at them, and they're telling you about it. I've been reading a book, you say. So they're talking about how this person's mad at them. And you say, I've been reading a book like Real Love or Real Love in Parenting. And it says that when people get angry, you're now explaining the behavior of this person over here who got angry at this one. When people get angry, they're just protecting themselves. I've been thinking about that too, because I've always blamed everybody else for making me angry. And that's never made me happy or helped my relationships. It's a little embarrassing, but I'm realizing that I have a lot to learn about relationships. Now, I want you to notice that's only like 4 lines long. And they may not understand it entirely the first time you say it. You're going to be worried that you need to tell the truth about yourself, or that you need to tell the truth about real love or parenting or whatever, that you need to do it right. Oh, you really don't. In fact, you can just stumble all over your tongue. And if the other person is interested in the general content of what you're saying, they'll ask you questions. And they'll ask you enough questions until finally what you're trying to say to them is clear. So please don't worry about doing it right. Another example. Quote, yesterday, my boss was being a real butt at work, and I was getting madder and madder, but then I remembered that I've acted like that many times. at work and at home, especially. When I act like a butt, I always have a great excuse, but I don't let other people have their difficult moments or their excuses. See how honest that is? See how utterly disarming? And it only took you a moment. You could, in fact, learn some of these, and I promise within 24 hours, you'll find an opportunity to use one or more of them. Because people talk about things that could be potential openings for you being honest all the time. A last one. Quote, the other day my daughter was having a fit about something and I started to get angry, but then I remembered that kids just want to feel loved. So I put my arms around her and held her, and her little fit stopped. In fact, she stopped immediately and put her arms around me and cried on my shoulder. It was miraculous. I don't think I've ever responded to her being difficult in that way, and it worked the very first time. My goal was not to stop her having a fit. That would be just another form of manipulation. My goal was just to love her. And wow, I loved her. She felt loved, and the fit went away. I can't count how many times that my being angry at her in similar circumstances has just made things worse. So I've given you some examples of telling the truth about yourself to other people. Part of you's got to be going, who talks like that? Well, I grant you, not very many people. We prefer to complain because then it's everybody else's fault. Once you say that something is your responsibility, well, then going along with that is kind of, well, so now what are you going to do different? Very few people do. Lying, hiding, obscuring responsibility has become normal. So if somebody is completely honest, as these examples have been, it's a little weird. It's almost jarring. I know a woman who was asked in a job application to describe her failings. That's not a real uncommon thing to be asked, either in a job application or during a job interview. The usual answer is something meaningless, like, well, I'm a perfectionist. Sometimes I'm too devoted to work. I mean, these sound like failings, but pretty much bosses love to have perfectionists and people who are willing to work themselves to death. So this woman wrote instead, one, she said that she sometimes gets frustrated by people who would describe a job to be done, and then when it is, say, well, they didn't really ask for that. They wanted something else, even though that's not true. They just changed their mind without telling anybody, which wastes a lot of time and effort, and with a dash of blaming on their part thrown in. She just described something that she's impatient about, that she personally doesn't like. It comes across as so refreshingly honest. She said she hates participating in office gossip, which sometimes other coworkers don't like her for, because coworkers love to sit around the water cooler and gossip. She said she was afraid of failing, which sometimes leads to her doing what she thinks will make her look good instead of doing what the company needs. These are really honest things. She said a whole bunch more honest things. These are just the three examples that I could remember. The result was she was brought in for an interview. She was hired to a completely different position. Her answers were so shockingly honest that these people looked at her and went, we can trust her to learn anything. So hired to a different position, it was a managerial position instead of the position she was applying for, which wasn't, and at considerably higher pay. Nobody tells the truth like that. And some people, I didn't say all, remember I said there are 3 possible reactions when you tell the truth to somebody, but some people, including the people who hired her, all 3 of them, some people are irresistibly drawn to it. Why? Because they know they can trust you. If you could tell the truth about your flaws, they can trust you with anything else. The company money, company responsibilities, and so on. They know that they're getting what they see, as opposed to another painted lie. Well, what a relief. And that, her hiring being an example, is just one illustration of the many benefits of telling the truth about yourself. To learn a great deal more about telling the truth about yourself, to get much more practice, to get more examples, read Real Love and Parenting and go to the reallove.com website and watch the hundreds of video chats and coaching sessions and read the blogs and on, and you will see so many examples, just natural flowing examples of telling the truth about yourself, that it will become like a second language to you. Telling the truth about yourself isn't weird. It is out of the norm. It's healthy. It's how we were meant to live. But we've all been hiding who we really are for so long that hiding and lying have become normal. Just pretty sad. Think about this. When did your parents ever say these words to you as a child? That was my mistake. I was wrong. The thought of that virtually cracks me up, looking back to my own childhood. I have talked to thousands of people in person and many, many more thousands of people in seminars and elsewhere. And I've asked them that question. How many times did your parents ever just say, that was my mistake, I was wrong? And the answer was, with a margin of error of about 0.5%, pretty much never. Really? We just don't say it as parents. After all, we are the parents. We must be all wise. No. We're there to love and teach, not to be all wise. These people never heard their parents admit being wrong without an excuse or without blaming somebody else, at least in part. So we grew up learning that hiding our mistakes, which is called lying, is just the way you live. We automatically blame or defend because we were taught to. It's what we saw. I fully realize that most of you cannot imagine telling the truth like this. I got it, because it's different. But you can learn. I learned how. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of other people have learned how. I just wanted to demonstrate what's possible. And if all those people can learn to be honest, creating at least the possibility of unconditional love and acceptance, so can you. Here is the point. We spend our entire lives trying to look good to other people. I mean, duh, who wants to look bad? When we've been ourselves, a great part of the time, we've not been accepted. We've been criticized or belittled, and we really pretty much hate that. But the moment we change our behavior to avoid other people's disapproval, we're trying to be somebody or something else. And now we can never feel accepted for who we are. So what's the solution? You've seen this slide before. We tell the truth about ourselves, which creates the possibility of other people seeing us and our feeling seen, which then leads to the possibility of other people accepting us and our feeling accepted, which then creates the possibility of our feeling loved, which is what we want. I really get the risk of telling the truth. Sometimes people have said to me, where I grew up or where I am now, telling the truth is pretty risky stuff. Yeah, I get it. I've been alive for a while. There are risks to telling the truth about yourself, which is why you tell a little bit to a few people. People might not like us. They might disapprove. They might be condescending. They might be critical. We saw it all of our lives. So we're usually afraid to start doing this crazy thing, telling the truth about ourselves, frightened by past and vast experience. Even though the potential benefits of telling the truth about ourselves are enormous, feeling loved and being genuinely happy. So we hide who we are because of fears learned in childhood, a time when our view of the world and ourselves was being formed, being molded by other people. We keep lying or hiding behind carefully constructed images because we're afraid of the risk that people might not like us if they learned the truth. But let's examine the real risk. If you lie to other people, and that means hide, manipulate, attract them to you, do anything so that they'll like you, there is a 0% chance of your feeling unconditionally loved by them because they don't even know who you really are. They can't see who you are. They can't accept you for who you really are. So how in the world could you feel unconditionally loved? It can't happen. If you're lying or manipulating, the acceptance that you might actually get from somebody couldn't be unconditional. Lying, hiding, or pretending gives you a 0% chance of the love you want. I'm going to repeat that. If we lie, manipulate, pretend, attract people, do anything to get their approval, there's a 0% chance that you'll feel unconditionally loved. If you do tell the truth, it's true that some people won't accept you, but you're creating the possibility that some people will. That possibility can't be less than the 0% yield that comes from lying. So literally, mathematically, you can't lose by telling the truth. If some people don't accept you, well, they weren't going to anyway, and they can't take love from you. They're simply not adding to what you have. They're not giving it to you. So when you tell the truth and you're rejected, you're not losing love from anybody. You're losing only the illusion that they might love you. On close examination, it becomes obvious that lying is kind of stupid, while telling the truth really has no genuine risk at all. If you can wrap your head around that and remember it, it becomes much easier to exercise faith in telling the truth and to trust that you will find people to give you the real love you've always wanted. As we tell the truth about ourselves, it's true that some people won't love us. But it's only by telling the truth that we will ever find those who will. When we lie, we guarantee that we'll feel loved by no one. In short, it's lying that keeps us alone and telling the truth that sets us free. I already know that you want to be a great parent, or you wouldn't be here. I'm teaching you how to tell the truth about yourself so that you can find the people who are capable of unconditionally loving you. You're going to go back and you're going to listen to this chapter and the chapter before that one and the chapter before that one, because the very same things that I'm teaching you that will facilitate you feeling unconditionally loved and happy, you will be teaching your children. In fact, you can have them watch these chapters with you. If you want your children to be happy, they have to feel loved, which means they have to take the chance of telling the truth about themselves to other people, to find the people who can love them. And you have to be really clear with them that some people won't, but it is so worth it to find those who will. What I'm doing with you, you will be doing with them. They will probably recognize the words to this song that I'm about to speak because it's way earlier than my generation. The other day I ran into a song where I actually heard the words, which is unusual. To me, most people who sing mumble, and it all sounds like the same words. I sometimes will speak out loud the words to a song, and my sweetie, my wife, will laugh out loud at me because I got the words so jumbled. I hear a different thing than they're saying, but I actually heard this one. The name of the song is Try by somebody named Colby Calais. Never heard of her before. I'm sure probably everybody else has, and this dates me just terribly. But here are the words to the song. I wouldn't even begin to try the melody of the song. She said, "Put your makeup on, get your nails done, curl your hair, run the extra mile, keep it slim so they like you." Do they like you? I was transfixed at these words. She's saying that when we do all that, the looking good, putting your makeup on, doing your nails, pleasing other people, hiding, manipulating, whatever, to be liked, other people don't really like us as we really are. We're alone when we try to get people to like us because we can't be us. She continues. You don't have to try so hard. You don't have to change a single thing. You don't have to bend until you break. You don't have to try. You just have to get up, get up, get up, get up. She's saying it's not about trying harder. It's about making mistakes, admitting them, falling down, and getting up off the ground. That's where the joy in life is. Finding love and sharing is not more work. In her words, it's not more trying. It is unfamiliar to find unconditional love in the beginning, but it's far easier than all the pretending, the nails, the hair, like this singer says, the anger, the isolation, the manipulating, the addictions, the anger again, the dismissive and snotty looks, the refusal to cooperate. That is a lot of work. Whereas being ourselves is really not so hard. In fact, it's the only thing we're really any good at. She concludes, take your makeup off. Let your hair down. Take a breath. Look into the mirror at yourself. Don't you like you? 'Cause I like you. My breath was taken away when I understood those words. Almost none of us like what we see in the mirror. We see flaws. We're wrong. What we really see in the mirror that we don't like is the pain in our lives, which comes from not feeling loved, which comes from telling all those lies in the first place, how we react to the pain of not feeling loved. But that is not who we are. We are not a sum of our pain and our reactions to pain. What we see is our reactions to pain in anger, controlling, frustration, withdrawal, giving up. You want to find those people who like us without, as Colby says, our makeup on. Obviously not just facial makeup, but anything that hides who we are, success, intelligence, fake confidence, money, power, whatever. Does this crazy idea really work? When we find people who are capable of seeing, accepting, and unconditionally loving us as we tell the truth about ourselves, I call these people wise men and wise women, a term that comes from one of the many books that I've written about real love. As we tell the truth about ourselves, two miracles become possible simultaneously. First, we create the opportunities to feel accepted and loved by those around us, as I've already described plenty so far in this chapter. In other words, as we tell the truth about ourselves, we find wise men and women. Like this Colby Calais says, don't you like yourself? I do. She's a wise woman. I don't care how old she is. Age is irrelevant. Second, we give the people around us an opportunity to practice loving us. Now, this one's more subtle. In many cases, these people around us learn for themselves that they're capable of loving us. Often for the first time, they didn't know they were wise men and women. But because you told the truth, they discovered, I'm kind of drawn to that. In fact, I kind of have a native gift to accept people when they tell the truth. Now pay attention to this. Many of these people may not have been aware that they were capable of unconditionally loving you until you told the truth about yourself. In other words, as we tell the truth about ourselves, we actually make a contribution toward the creation of wise men and women, the very people we're looking for. We create truthful and loving communities. So where do we begin this magnificent process? Every day in conversation, you have opportunities to stop the complaining and whining, or at least to change it to some degree, to bend it, or to just be silent, and instead to be truthful. And we talked about many examples of truth-telling earlier in this chapter. It might be scary at first, but as I said, what's the real risk? And the potential gain is everything. Your happiness, better relationships everywhere, and the ability to love and teach your children, which is why you're here. Without which ability to love and teach, you're pretty much dead as a parent. As many of you have already discovered, you're desperate to learn how to be a parent because you don't know how. But I'm also offering you additional opportunities to learn to be truthful and to find real love. This is my life's mission, and I want to help you. If you haven't taken the life course, you've heard me say this before, you can't take the parenting course. This, what I've been telling you up to this point, from the landing page to the sales page to chapter 1 to now, this is the life course you were never taught. Here we are. Go to reallove.com and read and look at everything you can find. 400 video chats, 500 daily coaching sessions, all filmed, hundreds and hundreds of blogs answering your questions. There is so much there for you to study. In addition, read the book, Real Love, The Truth About Finding Unconditional Love and Fulfilling Relationships. Read the other books in the Real Love series, especially Real Love and Parenting, and Real Love and PCSD, which I explained earlier. Most Real Love books are also available as ebooks and audiobooks, and the formats in the apps are changing by the day. So by the time you hear this, this is probably dated. Why have we put so much effort into making this available? The entire Real Love site with thousands of hours of video and blogs and everything else is free. It's free. There are so many examples of true principles to guide you, examples of truth telling, real life stuff to give you the confidence to become the kind of person and parent you really want, happier and more loving. Immerse yourself in that website. We are committed to helping you do all of this, thoroughly committed. That's why the website's free. So what's in the site? I said thousands of hours of video and reading. You could listen and watch all day long without sleeping for a month and you wouldn't be done. The principles are all there. Principles can't love you, but they do put you in the mindset of learning about loving. They make you more willing to learn to love because you can see the advantages. You can feel the truth in the words. It's a feeling, an attitude as you read and as you watch. It's huge. Studies have been done about how you can immediately change the mood of individuals and groups of people by the music that you play. The same is true with the books you read. It is the same here with the principles of real love. Immerse yourself in this love that will transform you as a person, a partner, and a parent. Many people walk around on their way to work all over the world listening to recordings of video chats from reallove.com and other material, or while they're jogging or while they're working in the house. I get calls from people who are in the middle of listening to a video chat just to say, this has changed the rest of my life. Something just hooked up two neurons in their head and put a 2,000-piece puzzle together all at once. Every day I get emails about the difference that it makes in people's lives. Read the Real Love blogs that illustrate the practical principles of real love and will brighten your day in ways that will surprise you. Follow Real Love on your favorite social media sites for daily inspiration to feel the healing power of real love principles in your life. You can find us on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Pinterest, Instagram, Google, YouTube, and I'm sure endless apps yet to come. The principles are everywhere, but so is the endless noise of junk on the seemingly infinite websites that are on the internet, all clamoring for our attention. Everybody wants a piece of our attention. There is now so much stuff available that we can spend all day listening to or watching foolishness or lies or enlightenment or soul-sucking emptiness. And many people do. It becomes an addiction, which we'll talk about as it applies to your children. You have a choice. We tend to become what we take in. We can learn to choose wisely. Choose to learn about loving and parenting, for one thing. If you're a parent, there's nothing more important that you're going to learn. Use these resources. They will save your life and your kids' lives. Like, I'm not kidding or exaggerating. Watch The Essentials of Real Love, which is one of the best introductions to real love, found in the store at reallove.com, or the Real Love Boot Camp, which is another level, even more thorough and intense. Also, watch the DVDs of The Essentials of Real Love while using one of the workbooks that's designed to accompany them. There's the Essentials of Real Love Standard Workbook. There's the Essentials of Real Love Bible Workbook for those who have a biblical orientation. Watch or listen to the video chats. There are hundreds of them. And I've written a master index on reallove.com where all of the principles are indexed by subject and subsubject. I did that so you could find real love answers to your questions on thousands of topics. The index alone is 250 pages. It's like having your own personal coach 24/7. Explore the site, learn from the mountain of resources and educational opportunities provided. We have gone to great lengths to provide as much real love material and as many resources as possible to everyone at no cost. The more we study these true life-giving principles, the more we tend to feel the power that emanates from love and the principles that govern love. What else? Where else can you find unconditional love? On the website, you can learn about free real love conference calls. You can find the times on the site. On these calls, you can practice telling the truth about yourself live with a certified real love coach and experience the power of feeling accepted and loved unconditionally. Those of you who are participating right now in listening to what I'm doing right this minute, the Ridiculously Effective Parenting Training, have yet another site with another conference call that you can go to at realloveparents.com. Possibly the most powerful real love experience we offer is a 2 to 3 day intensive coaching experience from a certified real love coach. Not everyone needs this. I'm not trying to sell it. It's just a faster and deeper way for you to feel loved and then to prepare to share that with your children. One man writes, quote, "My experience at an intervention has changed my life in ways I never thought possible. I had read all the books, listened to all the tapes, and been to more seminars and counselors and therapists and ministers than I could name. The intervention was better than all that put together. I'm now a better husband, father, and employer. Most important, I'm a lot happier." Learn more about the miraculous transformations that occur during real love interventions by going to the reallove.com website. So my point here is that we're providing as many opportunities as we can for you to associate with people and create opportunities for them to see you, accept you, and love you so that you then, in turn, can love your children. Lots of opportunities. I just enumerated a number of them. Now, just for people who have purchased the Ridiculously Effective Parenting Training, which you're listening to and watching right now, we're doing even more. So why more for you? Because you've demonstrated a commitment to this. You need more. You've proven you want more. That's why. So what are we providing for you? Now, we talked about this on the sales page, but it's so important that I'm going to repeat it just briefly. We have a website just for parents who are in this parenting training or who have taken it at realloveparents.com. On that site, we'll be providing many more resources for you to find love and support. For example, we'll give you the numbers for the weekly conference call for parents, where you can ask your individual questions, where you can seek support and more. You get to tell the truth and feel accepted and loved. Yes, there will be solutions to problems, advice if you like, but mostly you're there to feel loved. With occasional exceptions, I will be on those calls, answering the questions that have plagued you for years. And all of these will be archived. You will submit your individual questions to the website, and I'll be filming my answers to some of those questions in just this format. We'll post those videos on the parenting website, and we'll archive them there, effectively making the ridiculously effective parenting training longer and longer and longer because we need more and more and more. Those video answers are going to be really poignant for you. Every day I get an email from somebody who says, oh, I watched this particular video answer or read this particular blog, and suddenly, poof, it all came together. We'll be regularly emailing every person who has purchased this training, which will give you updates about what we're developing, give you updates about the master index, which will index all of this material that I'm talking about, written answers to questions you submit. So this is just a written version of the video answers to questions you submit, and archives of the video answers, written answers, and conference calls. It's a lot of information. It's a ton of training. And if you immerse yourself in it, you will feel more loved and you will become a better parent. We'll be announcing live seminars where parents can gather from all over the world to ask their individual questions and be instructed. And I will lead those seminars. At the seminars, we'll help you to experience what loving looks like and feels like. You'll feel it better in person. It's so much easier to help people feel loved in person than it is by any other means. You can also ask personal questions about your specific situations with life, your own sense of worth, your partners, your children. The seminars are like the gold mine. You can learn tons in this training. You will. And yet, in the seminars, you'll feel so much more. We'll also be training people to become parenting coaches. We'll be teaching you how to start your own group of parents to support and love each other, where you can interact face-to-face, in person in your particular town or county or state with people who are also eager to learn effective parenting. You can also set up virtual groups with other parents on Facebook, online forums, Skype, etc., and the many yet to be named apps that I'm sure are coming. It is our goal to continue your parenting education as intensively and consistently as possible. Why? So that you can feel loved enough to love and teach your children. Why are we so interested in giving you what you need? Because I'll become wealthy? Hardly. This is way too much work for somebody my age. It's because you need it. And you're not getting it. Parents are not getting it. Just today, I was reading an article about required by the federal government, paid parental leave, maternal leave. Apparently those have different definitions from country to country and they overlap. But the paid leave that a country requires be given by a company to a mother who has just given birth, or to a father who doesn't have a female partner but has adopted a child. In other words, a single person or a couple who has just acquired a baby, or I'm going to guess in some cases even adopted a child. In some countries, the paid parental leave is as long as a year. In one country, it's 2 years long. Why? Because somebody somewhere has recognized that what happens in the first year or two of life for a child is critical. That it makes all the difference in the world. That it sets the neurologic patterns in the brain. So countries require companies to pay mothers and fathers to be at home to love and teach their children, even though they don't provide the education to teach people how to love and teach their children. At least they provide the time. I went through this list of countries and, just went on. And at the dead bottom of the list was the United States. The federal government has laws that require paid maternal or parenting leave for guess how many weeks? 0. Criminal. We have to do better than that. At the end of this ridiculously effective parenting training, will some of your specific questions about your child not be answered? Yes. A training that answered everything would be interminably long, possibly thousands of hours, much as a medical textbook covering all of medicine would be hundreds of thousands of pages. It's not possible. So in this training, we focus on basic essential principles, and the rest of the resources we just discussed are being provided to answer your specific questions, some of them, and to teach more general principles that you can apply to your specific problems, requirements, questions. Some time ago, I introduced how we find unconditional love. Usually not from our present friends, rarely from our families, never from our children, and we find it from other people. Well, once we find it, then what? It's all kind of worthless unless we trust it. We have to trust the love we get. The people who love you on these forums and calls and so on will not be perfect. I've been doing this for so long that I often hear complaints from people that say, well, I didn't feel loved because this person didn't say it in just the right way. Welcome to humanity and mortality and mistakes. Nobody's going to understand you immediately and completely. Take whatever moments of unconditional love you can get. If you're dying of thirst, a drop matters. Cultivate these moments by adding more truth about yourself. You keep telling the truth about yourself, whether the reaction you get's perfect or not. Don't enter conversations doubting the ability of the other person to love. Trust them to start with. Trusting is a decision. That old adage, which we say solemnly, trust is earned. No, not when it comes to love. You trust that somebody will love you. That's what I do. And then require that they prove that they can't. That way, whatever little bit they're able to give you, flawed as it is, will fill your heart. And eventually you'll have enough where you're happy and you can love your children. You've had a lot of conversations in your life where you've been disappointed in feeling accepted and loved. So you've learned not to share the important stuff about you. You've learned to defend and protect. It will be different now to share who you really are. It will take faith. That's a tough word. Many people have been doing this for years and write me and say, I think I'm just starting to understand faith. And even more faith to believe what you get. I've been talking about how to find more real love for yourself. Now, what difference will it make? As you feel more unconditionally loved yourself, your emptiness and fear will begin to disappear, as will all of these getting and protecting behaviors, which are just destructive to you, to your partner, to your children. And it all starts at emptiness and fear, which come from a lack of love. So they have to diminish in the presence of love because you're eliminating the cause of emptiness and fear with love. It's like pain, emptiness and fear. It's like pain is darkness. And darkness isn't really a thing. I can still remember when I was a kid and this idea first entered my head. Whoa, I thought that was so cool. I thought it was an insight that only I had had. Darkness isn't a thing. It's simply the absence of light. Darkness cannot endure in the presence of light. And when there is light, the light doesn't have to fight the darkness. The darkness just goes away. Pain is just the absence of love. So it can't endure in the presence of love. With the decrease, or preferably elimination, of emptiness and fear, pain, you can see that there's no need for anger or any of the other behaviors toward your children or anyone else in your life, because those behaviors are only reactions to the pain of emptiness and fear. In other words, we don't have to work to get rid of emptiness and fear and pain in these behaviors. We need to be aware of them. As we feel more, we're back to what we do with our children, which is what I'm doing with you. Loving and teaching, one word. As we are taught, we see choices different from getting and protecting and from emptiness and fear. And as we feel loved, we gain the power to make those choices. Oh, it's just beautifully simple. In an earlier chapter, we talked about how being without real love is like being without air. It's like drowning. When you feel loved, it's like hanging onto a rope in the water, or even better, getting into a boat, or having the sea floor just rise up and become an island where you can stand and finally rest, taking in endless gulps of welcome air. Without emptiness and fear, what will happen to your anger and confusion and frustration? They just disappear. You won't have to control it or manage it, and your children will begin to feel your love for them. They can't do that while you're empty and afraid yourself. Once your children get enough from you of the one thing they've always needed most in order to be happy, enough real love, you'll begin to see miraculous changes in their behavior. Huge changes. Now pay attention to this part. Notice that I'm talking about the disappearance of anger in the presence of love. But all the getting and protecting behaviors diminish and disappear with love. All of the unlovingness disappears. And that is what caused the wounds that have now demonstrated in your child as, and you've seen this slide before, anger, arguing, resistance, ADHD in almost all cases, depression, withdrawal, suicidal thoughts, addictions to a variety of things, cutting, self-harming, a sense of no responsibility. The list goes on and on. And you've all seen these things in your kids. You'll hear me say this in various ways over and over. As you find real love and then supply your children with the love they need, all their hurtful and disruptive behaviors, what we would call misbehaviors or bad behaviors, meaning really bad for them, are affected in very positive ways, because the root cause for all of them is finally being addressed. In later chapters, I will be addressing how to handle all the specific problems I just listed, but it's critical for you to know that with almost every breath so far, I already have been addressing them. I've been giving you the groundwork utterly necessary to deal with every problem with a child. If I simply gave you the solution for a child who is, for example, cutting or addicted to their smartphone, without the groundwork of understanding your child's pain, and without you learning how to find unconditional love, nothing I said would really make any difference. You wouldn't understand it, and if you tried to apply the words I said, you'd fail. A mother wrote me about her teenage daughter who was always angry, never got off her phone, who cursed at her mother, whose grades were failing in school, and her mother was beside herself, frustrated, which only made it worse because her frustration and anger conveyed to her child, "I don't love you." The mother asked me what to do, and all I did was love the mother. Didn't address the daughter at all at first, for, I don't know, an hour, by Skype. Then I asked the mother how she felt. She said, "I feel amazing, like wonderful." I said, "Do you feel frustrated?" She said, "Well, no." And I said, "And yet, your daughter hasn't changed. Your daughter hasn't changed, but your frustration with her is gone. So now go and find your daughter, get her attention gently, and touch her face with your hand and say, 'I love you.'" She did that. And she reported to me later that her daughter just melted in her arms and cried. That night, that same rebellious, cursing, angry daughter cuddled up with her mother in bed and spent the night sleeping with her. Oh yes, there was more work that had to be done, but the mother feeling loved was the beginning, and everything done with love from then on kept healing more wounds until the girl didn't need all that anger anymore. And no, it's not always this fast, not always this easy, but it often is, and it lasts if the parents are persistent. I just got an email from this woman a few days ago, and she included a note from her daughter that said, "Thank you for being the best mother in the world, even though at times I made that pretty difficult." Imagine what you would give to get a note like that. I'll be saying a lot more about this in a future chapter, but I'll begin here. Never, ever speak to your children while you're angry. Ever. We've talked about how all your child hears is, "I don't love you," if you're angry. If you're irritated at something they're doing, first stop and reflect on how incredibly selfish and unloving you're being. Sometimes that alone will be enough to help you break the cycle of anger. If that's not enough, you call another adult and do what we've been talking about all through this chapter. Tell another adult how angry you are, which really means telling another adult how selfish and unloving you're being. This is what I mean by telling the truth about yourself. This is why we provide conference calls, special parenting conference calls, parenting seminars, all the resources I've listed, and people you find who can accept and love you. And as that person you talk to loves you unconditionally, while you're flawed, the only kind of love really that counts, you will feel loved and begin to lose your need for anger. That's really how it works. You tell the truth about yourself. You feel seen. You feel accepted for who you really are with all your flaws and mistakes. And then you feel unconditionally loved. Now, does this mean you have to become perfectly loving before you speak to your children about their anger? Until you become loving, do you just let all their fights continue, or their addictions, or their lack of responsibility? No. While you're in the process of learning how to love them, you can still teach them a lot. But that's what we'll be talking about in subsequent chapters, and we'll be talking about that a lot. Keep in mind that if you simply follow the form, the content, the words of the next chapters without finding real love for yourself, you will fail. We'll talk more about what you can say to them, how you can tell the truth about yourself to them in chapter 6. In the meantime, remember, that it's always about real love. Always is. We established that your children's behavior is a result of their not feeling loved unconditionally. And we agreed that your yelling at them certainly isn't working. The first step in the solution is you getting enough real love in your own life, after which it will become possible for you to begin to eliminate disappointment and anger from your communication with them. That is absolutely critical. Now, in the meantime, what can you actually say to them? What can you teach them about their fighting, arguing, whatever, just as one example of an unproductive behavior? Keep in mind that arguing and being angry are not just one problem. Let's look at the list again, and you can read it. The anger, the ADHD, depression, withdrawal, the addictions, the cutting, the lack of responsibility. With each one of these, arguing and fighting and anger are part of them. What child has ADHD and doesn't demonstrate anger, or doesn't argue, or doesn't fight? Doesn't exist. Children who are depressed and withdrawn, which of those children isn't also angry and doesn't argue with you? None. What child who's addicted to anything, gaming, smartphones, electronic devices, alcohol, drugs, porn, doesn't argue and fight with you if you make any attempt to modify their behavior? What child who is cutting doesn't argue with your discussions with that child about that behavior? Or a child who has a lack of responsibility? Arguing and fighting are a part of all of these problems. So you see that our discussion of anger in a child, these discussions apply to all the behaviors that you'll see. They're all related. How? Because they're all interlinked by pain, by emptiness and fear. That's the real problem. All the problems really just sprout from that central one. There's one root. And then from that, we get, any number of weeds that spread in vines in all directions and a mile away. Without the principles of real love, stopping arguments between children becomes an endless manipulation or fight. And now you understand those principles. So you're going to find it much, much easier to finally bring peace into your household. Nice, huh? Let me give you an example so you can stay hopeful as we bring the principles all together for you. So, as an example, there you are, you're coming into the room, and those two kids, yours, are fighting with each other again. Those angry tones of voice, the terrible expressions on their faces. It's an ugly scene. You may have become accustomed to it. Stand back just for a second and look at the expressions on their faces. Pain, emptiness, anger. It's awful to watch. You have an urge to tell them to stop it. That's natural. You're kind of tired of them acting like this. It's really not even comfortable to be around. And your parents said stop it whenever you were fighting with a sibling. But we've talked about that. That approach will never teach them anything except to temporarily modify their behavior to please you. And that's just worthless. Instead, you want to go for the gold. You want to go for what works. You want to help them understand true principles with which they can change the rest of their lives. Your goal is never to stop one argument. Worthless. So what? If that's your goal, then you're just going to have many others to follow. So you say something like what I'm about to say. And keep in mind that this is just one of many possible approaches. In the Real Love and Parenting book, and in many subsequent chapters of this training, you'll find lots of ways to teach your children this and other principles. Now, back to what you might say. And in this case, I'm going to take your part in the interaction. I'm going to be you. I'm going to become their parent. Why? Because at this point, you wouldn't really know what to say to them. And it can be very productive to see it done differently. Very often, parents have said to me, "You're kidding me. It can be that simple?" Me telling you what to do is different than you seeing and hearing it, because you need to see the expression on my face. You need to hear the tone in my voice. You need to hear the words, although you won't use exactly the same words that I will. So I'm going to take your part in the interaction. I will play the role of the parent as I interact with your children. It's a little early for you to imagine doing what I'm about to do and say. So let's set the stage. The two kids, doesn't matter what age they are, the conversations are very similar. In fact, two adults arguing and fighting sound like two 3-year-olds. Your two kids are arguing. They're being, what goes along with arguing, snotty to each other, very often yelling. It reaches the level of fighting, and I don't necessarily mean hitting, although that might be involved too. It's all just variations on reacting to pain. Now, I enter the room and I remember that it's about pain. So I say, "You two look pretty unhappy." Now, did you hear my tone? There's no accusation, no stopping, no criticism. It's ironic that we yell at our kids angrily to tell them to stop yelling at each other. That's really amazing. I bring a sense of peace and calm to this argument. I'm not stopping the behavior. I'm focusing on what's important. Your children's anger, a behavior they use to protect themselves, a behavior that is telling us that they feel empty and afraid. They're in pain. Remember all the getting and protecting behaviors? You can see them listed here. That's what matters. What matters is them, the kids. Of course, they're used to the world of blaming and accusing. So when I say you two don't look very happy, they come back immediately. It's not like I haven't been around children with blaming the other person. Well, and we've all done this before. The 8-year-old says, I'm just picking 8 as in, I don't know why that age. The 8-year-old says, pointing to his brother, "He took my whatever, toy, phone, blah, 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 doesn't matter." And the 6-year-old says, "But he hit me." So see, now we're at an impasse. They're both criminals. We should throw them both in jail or just hang them both at the same time. I mean, it's snore. We roll our eyes. It's kind of boring. We've all heard this. Now, I could stand there with these two, and they would be happy to talk about whose fault it is and who started it for eternity. No kidding. They just love this arguing because it's a way of them feeling less powerless. And where would we get? He hit me first. He hit me harder. Well, he hit me hardest. But he took my toy yesterday. He has more toys. His face is ugly. All versions of what we did in school, which end in, well, yo mama. These arguments just become absurd. The blaming thing never goes anywhere, ever. But we keep doing it, partly out of habit and mostly because it actually gives us a rush of power to be running the interrogation and doing blaming ourselves that feels pretty good in the absence of real love. And it's what we know. But we're not going to fall into that same repetitive, useless, and boring trap of blaming. And I've been here before, so I'm going to do something different. So I say to the 8-year-old, I'm just going to pick the 8-year-old, not for any particular reason, not because he's a boy or he's older or, I'm just going to pick one. You could throw a coin in the air. And I say to the 8-year-old, "Have I ever yelled at you?" Now, this is going to get his attention. partly because I just changed the subject to me. And he's going to be really interested in seeing where this goes, because this isn't how we conduct these conversations. No, we do it by blaming back and forth. And I come in the room and I say, well, have I ever yelled at you? And the 8-year-old says, yeah. He's a little tentative because he's wondering, why are you asking me this question? And if he admits that I've yelled at him, what am I going to say to him that's going to be even more hurtful? But he says, yeah, meaning, yes, I've yelled at him because, of course, I'm playing your part. And you have yelled at him, probably a lot of times. And part of him is loving the chance to tell you that you have yelled, which somehow deep down he knows isn't loving. A chance to tell a parent that they've done something wrong. I mean, this is gold. So of course the kid goes, yeah, partly with wondering and partly with like celebration, like, yes. And I say, and when I'm yelling at you and being mean to you, how do you feel? Now, I'm not new to this. 8-year-olds usually aren't very articulate when it comes to expressing their feelings, other than anger and hitting and grabbing their toy back, mostly because we haven't taught them how to express their feelings. So if I say, how do you feel? I'm likely just to get a shrug, like, I mean, the kid is puzzled. You're asking me a feeling question? What is this? Or the kid might look at the floor because he can remember being yelled at and he didn't like it. I'm going to have to help him. So I say, when I'm yelling and mean, you don't like it, do you? No, he says. He knows that. So I say, when I'm yelling at you and being mean toward you, do you feel like I love you? He shakes his head because this is a mystifying conversation for this kid. Shakes his head like, no. I say, now remember, I'm playing you. Well, of course you don't like it. In fact, when I'm yelling at you, when I'm angry, what am I thinking about? I'm thinking about me. When I'm angry, I'm thinking about what I want and what I didn't get from you. I'm thinking about myself. I'm being selfish. I'm not thinking about your happiness. I'm not being loving. You're really going to get his attention about this point, since no parent ever says I wasn't loving to you, ever. Let me continue. When I act like this, I'm talking to the 8-year-old again, what you hear me saying, what you feel me saying is, I don't love you. I don't care about you. I only care about myself. And you're right. Now, keep in mind, I'm talking to the 8-year-old. I'm telling him what he's feeling and hearing, and he's freaking out, going, yeah, he would never have been able to put words to this. Are you kidding? Couldn't have done it, has never had the education, and wouldn't have dared. So I'm going to repeat it. What you hear me saying, I say to the 8-year-old, is I don't love you. And you're right. When I act like that, I'm not being loving, not in that moment. And that's no fun for you. No fun at all, is it? Little kid's nodding his head. No. I'm sad that I've made you feel bad when I've been angry all those times. End quote. You think I might have your child's attention now, or what? I mean, this kid is full on paying attention to me because I'm saying things this kid has felt but never been able to articulate, not even in his head, not quietly. He's never heard talk like this in his entire life from any adult, well, from any child, from anybody. This is new. Contrary to our common assumption, kids are not stupid. They really do have a sense of what is true. They can feel what is true. Remember, I was talking about that flow through the universe, that flow of truth and love. And when something's true, they can feel that. If I tell him that when I'm angry, I'm not being loving, he will understand it. And the more you say it, the better he'll understand it. Now, here's the part that you're worried about. You're worried that if I say I was not loving, I was being selfish when I was angry, you're afraid that he's going to hate you or think less of you. All parents worry about that. No. In fact, he'll feel closer to me because I told the truth. Because having told the truth, I'm more in that universal, eternal flow. And now he gets to join me in the flow. And guess what? We're closer together. And it happens like that. It's really kind of miraculous to watch. I've seen it done a lot. He feels not just a little closer to me, he feels a lot closer. I've seen children go from boiling angry to just snuggling up and just wiggling in at hearing these words, but especially seeing my face as I describe my selfishness. Now, do I look ashamed? No, we don't need that. I don't hang my head and say I feel really bad. I say I'm sad that I hurt you. You don't even hear me say I apologize. No, I'm just sad that I did that. Here's what I did. I'm telling the truth, and kids love the truth. And they'll love it from you in person, just as they love it in this hypothetical scenario where I'm playing you. Now, my words will be a little different according to their age, but in the beginning, not a lot, because to a 16-year-old and a 14-year-old fighting sound almost exactly like a 4-year-old and a 3-year-old fighting, or in this case, a 6 and an 8-year-old fighting. We kind of lose our brains when we start fighting, when we're afraid and when we're in pain, so we all sound pretty similar. Kind of stupid, actually. I keep going with your child, and I say, so if you hear me say, I don't love you when I'm angry, what do you think your brother hears when you're angry at him? Now remember, they're not stupid. At this point, the 8-year-old might try to justify his anger. In fact, let's go from might to almost certainly. I've been there before. He'll say something like, well, but he, and he'll say something about his brother. He took my toy before, so I was just taking his toy, so now we're even, or whatever. The blaming thing, it's pretty tough to give up, even when you're being loved in the moment. And I don't want to get caught up in the meaningless details. But I don't want to ignore the child either. So I say, I'm sure your brother was doing what you just said. I'm sure he was. I believe you. How often does a child hear that? No, everybody's arguing with everybody. It's like everybody's having a unilateral conversation. They're having conversations side by side, but they're not talking to each other because nobody's listening. And here I am listening to this kid, and he's going, this is really getting kind of freakish. So I say, I believe you. I believe he was doing what you say. I don't doubt it. In fact, in a few minutes, we'll take him out back and we'll stick a fork in his eye. No, we're not going to stick a fork in his eye, but kids love it when you make fun of something, when you use humor in the middle of a serious situation. So we'll stick a fork in his eye later, but right now, let's look at what you could do differently. We'll get to him later. Right now, we're making you more powerful. Now, let me translate that for you. We're going to get to this in a minute. And like I told you in the beginning, putting a puzzle together is not a linear thing. You do some clouds and then they connect to the top of the castle. And we're going to get to the 3 things that make a child happy. And I've mentioned them. I just haven't mentioned that they are the 3 most important things. A child must feel loved. A child must learn how to be loving. A child must learn to feel responsible, to be responsible. And if a child has those 3 things, you know what the end result is? This plus this plus this equals happy. It's not might be. It doesn't facilitate happy. If a child feels loved, is loving, and is responsible, they're happy. That's what's required. What am I teaching this 8-year-old? How to be loving. I'm not labeling it as okay, now we're going to sit down and have a lesson about loving your brother, at which point he will roll his eyes and become deaf. So we're going to back up a little bit so that you realize the lesson that we're teaching. All right, we could take him out back and stick a fork in his eye. That would be unloving. He recognizes that. But right now, let's look at what you could do differently. He doesn't know you're about to teach him to love. We'll get to what your brother did later. We will. So because he's the one, well, but I know. We'll get to that. But right now, we're going to make you more powerful. Do you see what I just did? Not, we're going to teach you to be more loving. He's going, what do I care? I mean, my brother's a brat. I'd rather just shoot him in the head. Why would I want to learn to love him? But if you say to the kid, we're going to help you become more powerful. Excuse me? I mean, from video games and absolutely everything else in life, who doesn't want to become more powerful? In video games, the whole goal is to have more powers and skills and points and coins and more power. And you're about to introduce him to power in real life. He's going to listen to this. So I say, when I came in, were you being loving toward your brother, or were you being angry? And we identified that anger is not loving, because it's not loving when I do it to you, and it's not loving when you do it to him. So were you being loving toward your brother or angry? Which? You only get to pick one. Now, he might, well, but you go, I know. Again, we'll take him out and we'll whip him and we'll hang him from the fence. But eventually, you're going to get him to the point where he kind of hangs his head a little bit and says, I was being angry. And that from that, his brother heard, I don't love you, which means, of course, that the 8-year-old was being unloving. Then I'm going to help him see that when we hear, I don't love you from somebody, we don't respond well. None of us do. I'm going to tell him, you don't respond well when I'm angry at you, ever. Do you ever respond well when your brother's angry at you? No. Does he respond well when you are angry at him? No. It's kind of like who responds well to being kicked in the head? Who can you kick in the head and have him say, oh man, thanks, I needed that. We protect ourselves. We get angry in return, which of course means that we then say, I don't love you right back. I get angry, I don't love you. And then you say, yeah, and I don't love you more. Meaning I fail to love you more. And then it all goes straight into the toilet. Everybody has a gun. Everybody gets a bigger gun. Everybody is shooting. We never run out of ammunition. And in the end, everybody dies. That's what happens when everybody has a gun. Now, kids understand this. I may say all this about the guns. I don't know. I'm just giving you examples. I'm just talking to your kids. Kids understand this. They do. One day, I got a call from a mother who lived in Canada, probably still does. And she said she walked into the room and her 3 children were arguing, ages 3, 7, and 11. She had been reading Real Love and Parenting to these kids for a couple of months, and not some terrible burden. She'd read it to them for, remember, the 3-year-old's going to have an attention span of like 5 minutes. So she'd read 5, 6 minutes, and then sometimes the 3-year-old would say, finish that page. So she'd been reading for a couple of months. They were well into the book. She comes into the room, they're arguing, and she picked up the parenting book and went to the parenting book and looked in the index under fighting, responding to, because she didn't want to get it wrong. She goes to the page in Real Love and Parenting and she says just what she finds on the page. She was holding the book when she did it. She said just what I said. She said, "You guys don't look like you're very happy." And the 3-year-old, who it turns out, although the 3-year-old been bouncing off the wall while they're having their meetings and acting like, let me think, a 3-year-old, the 3-year-old said, "Oh, we're just empty and afraid." A, that's hysterical. When I heard it, I could hardly stop laughing. And B, the argument was over. The kids quit fighting because they realized that it wasn't about the remote control or the whatever. They were just being empty and afraid, and they started laughing because they understood how silly it looked. I do not need to tell your kids to stop arguing. You don't need to. In fact, it's kind of dumb. I just need to help them see exactly what they're doing with each other. That's the teaching part of Love and Teach. Most important, though, they will feel my acceptance of them as I'm talking with no disappointment or irritation whatever. Like I'm speaking to you right now. Even knowing that you have handled situations like this, well, less than skillfully many times. But I'm not shaming you. I'm not telling you, "Oh, you shouldn't have done that. Oh, you've harmed your children. What a terrible parent you are." No. So how can I do this? How can I speak to two fighting kids with no disappointment or anger? Because I've taken the steps to find unconditional love myself. First, it's our anger. It's our "I don't love you" that they react to badly. When I love them, the difference is unbelievable. It's amazing. You'll be astonished when you start doing this yourself. I've had people call me back in 15 minutes after they've done what I suggested and say, "You're joking. It can be this easy." I said, "Well, yeah, this time, but there will be other times that you won't handle it this well." And it was your tone. So next, after talking to the one brother, the 8-year-old, remember, I'm still being you, I'll have a similar conversation with the other brother. I'll help the other brother see his unlovingness in the argument. Now, remember, he's been just loving hearing the conversation about how his brother was wrong. They're both there during this conversation because they both can learn from it. He's been loving that part. Oh, so it's my brother's fault. He's the unloving one. Then I turn to the 6-year-old and help him see that he was unloving in a very similar way. And then I'll suggest that with what they just learned from my conversation with each of them, that they try to work out their problem again without the "I don't love yous" of their anger. I might leave the room and just let them work it out and tell them that I'll come back in 5 minutes to see what they figured out about the hitting or taking the toy or whatever, but without using anger or any blaming, meaning their solution can't include anger or blaming. If it does, we continue working on it. Usually they can figure it out. You will be astonished at how brilliant they get when you teach them. If they fail to work it out after I give them a chance, I might provide some alternatives. I might say, "Well, here's one way you can handle it. Here's another way you can handle it. I'll leave it again. I'll leave the room again. Let's see if you can figure it out." Options like with the toy. You might take turns with the toy. So who had it in their hand first? All right, well, to the 8-year-old, I might say, "Your brother has an attention span of about, 3.5 minutes. He's going to put the toy down. And as soon as he puts the toy down, then you get to play with it." Now, you can't be hanging around him like a buzzard waiting for him to drop the toy and then pick the toy up, or he's never going to let go of the toy. He will super glue it to his hand. The owner uses it until they're done. That's another solution. Whoever owns the toy. They do have short attention spans, and the other person gets it until he's done. There's lots of ways to do this. It's not the solutions that matter. It's my loving them that matters. It's incredible what they can do with a little knowledge and a lot of love. Hence, love and teach. Actually, it should be love and teach, because we do more loving. I might have to come back and give them even more help. I might not. We'll see. But it's the loving and teaching that matters. Then I progress from helping them see how unproductive it is to be unloving to a place where they begin to love each other. Actually, just stopping the fighting is loving compared to what they were doing before. Instead of just, how could you handle this so you're not fighting? I might begin to ask, because remember, there are 3 things they need to have to be happy. Loved, they already got that from my tone. Loving, we're getting to that because we got them to work it out without their fighting, but we're going to get to more loving in a minute. And responsible, loved, loving, and responsible, you're happy. So now let's do a little loving teaching. Instead of just, how could you not fight? I might ask, what could you do here? We'll pick on the 8-year-old again. What could you do here that would be loving toward your brother? You don't tell a child, okay, if your brother's crying, you have to give him the toy. I've heard that so many times. And all you get is a sense of entitlement from the kid that was given the toy and a sense of anger from the kid who had to give it up. It just doesn't work. Loving is the goal. If children are loving, fighting disappears. Did you hear that? If you just stop a fight, you're going to get another one. But if you're loving, there isn't room for fighting. I know a 4-year-old and a 3-year-old. I know them. I know their mother. I've known them for some time. And a 4 and a 3-year-old were fighting. And I asked one of them. I walked in the room. I just walked up to the 4-year-old who was fighting with the 3-year-old and waved my hand just a little bit to get her attention. And I said, do I love you? An odd way to enter a fight, but it's about love and teach. Do I love you? She said, yes. Well, her whole demeanor changed just like that by remembering that she feels loved. So we got the first part, don't we? I said, how do you know that I love you? Nobody asks that question. She said, well, you touch me. You hold me, you sit with me in your lap and read to me, you smile at me. I said, I wonder if your brother, the 3-year-old, would like being touched and held like you enjoy being touched and held. And she said, maybe. I didn't tell the child to do anything. I'm just standing there. She went over and she took him by the hand. She led him to the couch and held him with his head in her lap, running her fingers through his hair with one hand and touching his face with her other hand, as I have done with her many times, as her mother has done with her. The look on his face was priceless, as was hers. And he said, he's a clever little kid. At 3, he said, this is better than fighting. And I'm thinking, well, that, and thus ended the lesson. They were loving. The fighting just vanished. They didn't stop fighting. They started loving. Love your children. Teach them. Then love and teach them again. The results are miraculous. It's always about real love. This scenario with your kids fighting and my helping them see how anger doesn't help is a key to all unproductive behaviors. We discussed this before. Kids who do all of the things on this slide, we'll call them the big 8, if you like it. think there are 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. The big 7. Many of them have multiple components, so it's actually like the big 12 or something. We'll call them 7. These behaviors all start with these conflicts, like this one with the 6 and 8-year-old, or because of conflicts with you. The severe wounds and pain, all those specific problems I just named and showed on the slide, begin with little wounds from you. Eye rolling. You're simply not acknowledging a child when he comes into the room. A tone of impatience as you say, hurry up, we're late. Do you hear that tone? It's not, guys, we have to be out the door in 2 minutes, whether you're dressed or not. That's one way, and that works. Whereas, hurry up, you're late, they'll actually slow down to resist you. Or they'll actually hurry, but not really do anything. The conflicts begin with little things from you and from other people. So it turns out that we will deal with specifically how to eliminate the behaviors I just listed. But if we don't get at the root of this many-leafed and many-vined weed, the pain of not feeling loved, that's the root, which is inflicted every day on most kids, there are no specific solutions that will work. I have a garden in my backyard, and I have pulled many, many weeds. And if you pull on a weed and you just pull the top of the weed, it's coming back. It's going to wait a little while. Sometimes it even comes back with greater profusion. The right words won't work without love. Won't. Now, for the remainder of the course, I'll be outlining how we can love and teach our children. As I suggested earlier, giving love does not mean being permissive or indulgent. Not the same at all. Children need far more than just unconditional acceptance of everything. Oh, just do whatever you want. That's called spoiling them, and then they become entitled. We as parents have 3, it's not complicated, 3 primary responsibilities toward our children, and we succeed as parents only as we fulfill them. They're like the 3 legs of a stool. You have a 3-legged stool, it's pretty stable. A 2-legged stool, not so much. A 1-legged stool, you can sit on a 1-legged stool, but you don't have a whole lot of leeway for shifting your weight. The primary responsibilities of parents: 1, to unconditionally love our children. And I gave you an example as I loved yours who are fighting. 2, to teach them to love other people. You're starting to recognize these 3 things. 3, to teach them responsibility. So love our children, which means they'll feel loved. Teach our children how to love other people, which means they'll be loving. And 3, teach them responsibility, which means they'll end up responsible. And if they're loved, loving, and responsible, they will be what? Happy. Always. More simply, we're responsible for loving our children and teaching them what's right. By right, I mean what works. When we do that, they can begin to choose to be loving and happy instead of empty and miserable. We are teaching them the course that we were never taught ourselves. We were all taught algebra and history and grammar and more, but at no point were we diligently, consciously, and effectively taught the course called life. Now we're teaching our children how to live. That's what you're going to do for the rest of their lives. Life is what you're going to teach them, instead of just not fighting. If we do this, they have a chance at a level of happiness that very few people in this world achieve. Those 3 things you teach, loved, loving, and responsible, are the 3-legged stool of happiness. If just one leg is missing, the stool will fall over. Happiness collapses. Got to be all 3. Those are your primary responsibilities because the end result is happiness, not just because I say so. You don't actually go for happiness. You'll hear this, the pursuit of happiness. You go for feeling loved, being loving, and being responsible, and you'll be happy immediately. Since we're responsible for teaching our children what's right and for helping them to be happy, let's define those terms. The entire purpose of life is to be happy, genuinely happy. Not just excited, having fun, drunk on the beach. No, although entertaining in a certain kind of way, not happy. It's a feeling of profound peace that does not come and go with changing circumstances. Things get difficult. In real happiness, you stay happy. In fact, sometimes with difficulty, people become more happy. Happiness is the end result of finding the ingredients that lead to it. From feeling loved, from loving other people, from being responsible. And that stays with us through struggle and hardship. In fact, through struggle and hardship, we learn genuine happiness. It does not come from being entertained or getting people to do what we want, or from money or power or fame or sex or whatever it is the world advertises. Since happiness is the central goal of life, a behavior is right. This makes morals and ethics pretty easy. A behavior is right when it contributes to that central goal of life, if it contributes to genuine happiness. In other words, when it leads to being unconditionally loved, loving, and responsible. Any behavior that interferes with those conditions, loved, loving, and responsible, is therefore wrong. Not evil, doesn't make us bad people, just wrong. Any behavior that interferes with our primary goal just doesn't work and needs to be seen and eliminated. I know that there appears to be a contradiction here. Happiness is our primary goal, but we don't directly pursue it. That could look contradictory. We pursue feeling loved, being loving and responsible, and then happiness just happens. So the primary goal results from pursuing three intermediate goals. In the following chapters, as I talk about the behaviors of our children and how to respond to the behaviors that result from a lack of real love in their lives, keep in mind that these same principles apply to us as adults. They apply to you. They apply to me. Most of us are still living with the effects of not getting the real love, which is essential to the emotional and spiritual health of every human being. And then we behave badly. We react to our own lack of real love as we interact with our children. So they feel the I don't love you and end up feeling unloved themselves. What a deadly cycle. Both within a generation and a cycle that is passed from generation to generation. It is our responsibility for changing these generational patterns, stopping the pain, the emptiness, the anger, the victimhood, the conflict, and more. As important as real love is, no, not important, essential, critical, I'm going to speak a word or two about an important subject. Epigenetics. For many years, we have known that we get our DNA, what makes us, tall, short, blonde, dark, smart, not, from each of our parents. The nucleotides, especially the nitrogen bases of adenine, guanine, thymine, and cytosine. It's been a long time since I've done this, since I talked about DNA, and somebody's going to write me and tell me the correct pronunciation of that, but I don't care. The nitrogen bases don't change. Our DNA doesn't change. But just in recent years, especially the last 10 years, we have learned that our genes don't, cytosine, that's how you say it, yeah. Our genes don't just sit there and express, you don't use that in a sentence very often. Our genes don't just sit there and express themselves in the creation of enzymes, structural proteins, fatty acids, and on and on. Instead, the entire DNA double helix is covered with a great number of proteins, a coat of proteins, which can control whether a given gene, like whether you're going to be tall or whatever, can express itself. Whether the gene turns on or not. These proteins altogether are called the epigenome. Epi meaning above or on or over or making up the outside of. In this case, the outside of the genome or the strands of DNA. To be clear, suppose that you have a gene that allows you neurologically, hormonally, chemically, to respond more calmly and productively than average to stressful situations. I'm going to say that again because it's got to be clear. Suppose you have a gene that allows you to respond more calmly than average to stress. What a great gene that would be. And it turns out that such genes do exist. We've proven that in mice and in humans. The two species, by the way, are like 99% similar in genetic makeup. But the epigenome, the proteins surrounding the genes, can turn off that gene that allows you to respond well to stress, which in effect makes it so that you don't even have the gene. If it turns it off, effectively you don't have it. So you can have the gene that makes you resilient to stress, but your epigenome can turn it off. That's a huge thing to learn. We've only learned it recently. We're not done. It turns out that what we experience can change the epigenome. Not the DNA, but the protein coding. So that how we think, what we're taught, the fears we experience can turn off genes we might need, or turn them on, or turn on genes we don't want to express themselves. It has been demonstrated that how mice and humans are treated all during their lives can change their epigenome, which changes the expression of their DNA, which changes how they behave and respond to circumstances. And that change caused by the environment, like how much love a child receives, can be, this is freakishly cool, passed on to the children and grandchildren of the people whose epigenome was changed. So let me make this practical. A lot of words, a lot of science words, and it's been so long since I've been doing science, I couldn't pronounce one of the words. If your parents were raised in an emotional, making it about you, if your parents were raised in emotionally stressful circumstances where they learned that they were helpless and were not in control of how they felt, that very likely changed their epigenome to the point where they became less able to deal with stress because it turned off that gene of dealing with stress. They can pass that on to you so that you're less able to deal with stress. This is getting horrifying, that the stress of 5 generations before me can be affecting how I respond to stress now, and how I respond to stress determines a lot about how happy I am. But now you can learn to feel loved and be taught to the point where you can change your epigenome and turn on the DNA that allows you to respond more productively to stress. You're kidding. That's a miracle. This is changing generations. And that's what you and I are doing right now. I'm loving you right now and teaching you right now so that you can, 1, learn more choices, 2, feel more loved. And now we know, incredibly, that 3, your very cell structure, your epigenome can change and make you far more powerful in making more loving choices because your epigenome can turn on your genes that allow you to deal with stress, which makes it easier to be more loving. Freakishly cool. And you can pass that on to your children who are yet unborn. And it gets more powerful by the second. You can change the epigenome of your living children as you treat them differently. In the words of one leader in the field, epigenetics will have a dramatic impact on how we understand history, sociology, human behavior, pause, everything, end quote. Your genes affect who you are, to be sure. But now we know that your thoughts are constantly impacting your genes. The thoughts you're having and the thoughts that were given to you when you were just an infant and don't remember being given them. And you are here right now learning principles and experiencing feelings that are changing your thoughts and your judgment, which in turn changes your feelings even more. You are changing the mechanisms that are turning on and off thousands of little switches on your DNA. It gives one hope. In 1999, a movie came out, The 13th Warrior. Not that important that you see the movie, but it was based on the writings of Ibn Fadlan, an Arab who traveled in about the 900s AD with Scandinavian traders in Russia. In the movie, a Viking chieftain recites a prayer with all of his men just before he dies. And he says, "Lo, there do I see my father. Lo, there do I see my mother, my sisters and my brothers. Lo, there do I see the line of my people back to the beginning. Lo, they do call to me. They bid me take my place on Asgard in the halls of Valhalla, where the brave may live forever." Although the references to Asgard and Valhalla are colored with culture, I believe he beautifully describes the eternal connection to our forefathers and mothers. We are a product of their cultures, their times, and their individual decisions. And now, as we grow in the power that can come from love, the greatest power only from love, they are proud of us. They rejoice that we have found the joy that eluded so many of them. We need never condemn them for their failures, but instead would benefit most from a deep and overwhelming gratitude for all they did to make our present loving experiences possible. We stand on their shoulders. Our children and following generations stand on ours, and we may well be the pivotal point in all of that. We are enriched by the elevation of our gaze to include all these people and the people who follow us. We realize the importance of our decisions to following generations, and we are connected more than we could possibly know. I am the son of a man named Sherwin, who is the son of Aaron Levon, son of Adolf, son of Heinrich, son of Rudolf, son of Jakob, son of Hans Heinrich, son of Heinrich, son of Melchior, son of Hans Ulrich, son of Joachim Baer, who was born in Attenbach, in what was then Switzerland, son of Jagli, also from Attenbach, son of Hans Heinrich, son of Lorenz, who was born in 1480 in Zurich, Switzerland. From what I have learned about the past generations in my family, there was a great deal of unhappiness. We're loaded with epigenetic effects, sometimes burdens, sometimes blessings. We're affected by things we don't remember or understand, by things we didn't cause, by events and decisions and circumstances we were not even present for. I am affected by the epigenetics of my 5 times great-grandfather Hans Heinrich, who I never met, nor know anything about. But we can also change the epigenetics of our own cells and those of our children. Let's do that. Why not? The results are eternally important. Now, what did we learn in this chapter? We learned how to find real love for ourselves. We were taught who we are. We learned that we were taught who we are by people who didn't know how to find real love for themselves, nor give it to us. Our self-image is badly distorted by the needs and fears of these other people. We must find love. And we learned how to do it. And we saw examples of how to find love. We saw examples, you heard examples as I worked with your children, of how to pass that love and teaching on to our children. We learned that it takes great faith to learn these things. We learned the 3 primary responsibilities of parents. We learned about the other effects that are going on around us, of epigenetics and other things, many of which we can't entirely control. But delightfully, like in the case of epigenetics, we've learned that we can change some of these things that previously we didn't even know were controlling us to various degrees. Most of all, we've learned that we can become happy as we feel loved, as we're loving, and as we learn to be responsible, and we can teach our children the same. It will be fun to see what we learn in chapter 3.